and their controls just grew naturally up along with me. My first system was my dad's NES, which meant all I had to wrap my head around were 2 buttons and 4 directions. If you were to drop a PlayStation 5 controller into the lap of a kid from the 80s and then ask him to play the newest Call of Duty, I guarantee their brain would melt. You have 4 buttons, 2 triggers for each finger, 2 control sticks, a directional pad, a touchpad, and oh yeah, if you push in those sticks, they do something else too. It is no wonder there's more and more online discussion happening right now about what gaming is like for non-gamers. But it's not just the controls they have to contend with here. If I were to ask you, what's the first game that you would likely give someone looking to learn video games, what would you say? Most people immediately jump to Mario. But have you actually thought about how complicated even a game as simple as the original Mario is? Sure, the B button's used for running, but only if you hold it down. And good luck getting over those jumps if you're not running and hitting the jump button at the same time. So already we're hitting 2 buttons simultaneously. If that wasn't complicated enough, what about when Mario collects a fire flower? Suddenly that B button is also now used to throw fireballs. Even the way you kill enemies, you have to hop on their heads, which requires control and aim and timing. And if you miss, well, too bad for you. You get hit and you're sent back to the beginning of the stage. There's no easy way to regain that power-up. There's no easy way to recover your health. And again, this is just talking about the first Mario, the simplest and most basic of any of them. In short, learning games, it's hard. Much harder than most of us realize. And there are so many smaller steps in the process that didn't occur to me until recently when I slowly started introducing Ollie to the world of games, which is why this episode exists. I want to give a basic 10-step guide on how to introduce someone, young, old, or otherwise, to the world of gaming. It even comes bundled with a few game introductions along the way. It's not perfect by any means, but it is based on my research and my personal experimentation with Ollie, aka our game time together. And at the very least, it's a good first step in starting a discussion on how to make this world of gaming a bit more open and inclusive to anyone who might be looking to try it. I'd also encourage you as we go through this 10-step process to leave a comment down below with your own personal game recommendations or any personal experiences that you or a loved one's had as they've gone through a similar journey. So with all that being said, this one feels appropriate for the intro where we had Mario run across a bunch of video game consoles. What is that, 2012? Roll that one. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory, the show that's been ruining your gaming childhood for 13 years, so today I'm gonna try to build up a couple of new gaming childhoods. Like I mentioned before, Ollie's just started showing interest in games, which is awesome, but it also puts a lot of pressure on me as a parent to be a good steward for his journey. What games should I have him play first? Should he be starting with the games that I most enjoyed as a kid, or is that gonna risk him getting frustrated if they're all too difficult? We could always try kids games, but from my experience, a lot of those aren't exactly the best entry-level games. Like the recently released Bluey game. It's designed to be baby's first video game experience, and yet it fails as both a game and as a teaching tool.
Also speedrunner strat here. Oh, whoa, no, apparently not!
So I decided to dig in, do my own research to see what information exists out there. And I was surprised to see just how many people were having the same question as me. Not just from parents trying to get their kids into gaming, but also adults who never experienced gaming before and were trying to break into the hobby. So today we're creating a step-by-step guide, a curriculum, if you will, on how to go from total noob to totally epic. Crack open a cold bottle of Mountain Dew and let the smell of Doritos waft into the room, my friends. Professor Matt Pat's in the building, and how to be a gamer 101 is now in session. Let's start by walking through my thought process in designing this gamer guide. While researching for this episode, I stumbled across an amazing book called Learn to Play by Dr. Matthew White, a professor whose life work is dedicated to teaching, psychology, and game design. While the book mostly focuses on teaching game developers how to build better tutorials, there was so much fascinating stuff in here about the psychology of gamers and how people learn that it proved to be an invaluable resource for this particular episode. For instance, when learning something new, be it calculus, a new language, or a new skill, our brains can only really handle so much new information at one time. If we take in too much new information at once, our brains reach what's known as cognitive overload. When you reach that point, almost no new information is ever going to transfer over from your short-term memory to your long-term memory. This is the exact reason that scientists don't recommend cramming for a test the night before. Some small bits of information may stick around in the short term, but long-term, those memories are going to be wiped clean from your brain the moment that you're done with your test. Therefore, in building our gamer guide, we're going to want to start off with the simplest possible games and then slowly mix in more and more complex complexity. I mean, you have to learn to crawl before you can stand, and stand before you can walk, and walk before you can run. So without any further ado, it's time to get into the list. Level 1, touch and motion controls. Kicking off our 10-step video game journey, we're gonna start with the simplest controller setup possible, no controller at all. I'm talking about touch screens and motion controls. You see, the first hurdle that any new gamer is gonna have to overcome in building a relationship with gaming is abstraction. The idea that your actions over here in the real world are affecting things over there in the digital world. A controller or keyboard with arbitrary, meaningless buttons, it's very disconnected with what I see happening on a screen. But motion controls help bridge that gap. If I swing my arm and I suddenly see a sword swinging on screen, or if I throw a punch and see the character attack in a similar way, that makes intuitive sense to me and my body. Touchscreens also have a sense of immediate direct feedback, but also come with a slightly different benefit. They don't require dexterity. Holding controllers, hitting buttons, it's precise work that requires trained fine motor skills. But tapping and swiping at a screen is actually much less demanding both cognitively and physically. That being said, I do want to put up a few major red flags here for younger gamers. Watch exposure time to all these screens. When it comes to screen time, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children are completely kept away from screens until at least 18 months old, with video calls being the only exception. We all know the horror stories of iPad kids. Personally, for Steph and I, we kept Ollie away from screens for a full 2 years, and when we did eventually open the door, it was only through very heavily curated education-based apps that we controlled for very short periods of time. The Academy recommends no more than 1 hour of screen time per day until the age of 5. We've found a lot of success with a daily max of about 30 minutes. As far as games to play, I cannot recommend anything more highly than Khan Academy Kids. It's a free app with educational games ranging from reading to memory to math and 0 microtransactions. There's also individual paths that follow your child's progress based on their skill level in early learning topics. Other honorable mentions here that cover a broader range of ages: the Jigsaw app, which just offers a lot of free puzzles that can be customized to be easy, hard, or anywhere in between. Polygrams, which is a fantastic tangram game provided you pay a couple bucks to get rid of the ads. And lastly, there's the suite of Lucas and Friends apps, which cover everything from puzzles and coloring to math and spelling. Basically, the games don't have to be all that much of games as much as experiences, where tapping a screen drives some form of action. And when it comes to motion controls, I think we're all probably familiar with the winner here, Wii Sports. It is the 4th highest selling game of all time for a reason. It was the pioneer and opened up gaming to a new generation, both young and old. Newer titles like 1-2 Switch, yeah, they're okay, but not nearly as good in terms of simple one-to-one gameplay. I see a thing, I do the thing, it works and makes sense. Level 2, joystick or D-pad only. Alright, so with the newfound knowledge that you can affect a digital world, it's time to put away the iPads and Wiimotes and move up to the actual controllers. When looking online for recommendations about what age to start someone console gaming, 4 to 6 tends to come up the most. It's around this age that kids are first able to develop the physical dexterity to do things like
Zelda,
buttoning and
Ocarina,
unbuttoning
I think I was
shirts
like
for
3 or 4
themselves,
years
meaning that they should also be able to hold a controller and press a button at the same time. So if your player's old enough to be dressing themselves, then I'd say you should be able to move up to the next level of gaming console. That said, most of today's controllers are going to be way too much for a new gamer protege to start off with, so it's important that we strip away all of those bells and whistles and just start with a single joystick or D-pad, no buttons. This part of the process is all about mastering how to move in a virtual space, so let's get them comfortable with the idea of controlling a character on screen with a physical stick. When it came to reaching this milestone in our house, we found a lot of success with the Super Monkey Ball series. Kids are already used to rolling balls and aiming things into goal, so the concept literally needs no explanation. Add to that a complete lack of dialogue and cute monkey characters, and you've got yourself a winning formula. Of all the titles in the franchise, I highly recommend Super Monkey Ball 3D for the 3DS because it's forgiving. Later Monkey Ball titles have the difficulty ramp up fairly quickly, but in Super Monkey Ball 3D, there are guardrails in place throughout almost the entire game, helping to ensure that your new gamer is able to experience a lot of success quickly with minimal amounts of frustration. And that's going to be a nice segue to the next major hurdle and a huge point of frustration: adding a button. Level 3, joystick plus 1 button with only 1 function, 2D, no lose state. Alright, next up on the journey, it's time to bring in that first button, which might not seem like a big deal to us, but it is to a new gamer. Moving while jumping or attacking, that is a big milestone. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I've watched kids die on that first Goomba in the original Mario. To us, it seems super easy, right? But to most early gamers, that thing might as well be a final boss. To jump over it, you need timing, precision, and worst of all, multiple buttons. And nothing can kill your enthusiasm for playing a game quite like hitting a wall, or in this case, a slow-moving Goomba. Which is why we not only need a 1-button 2D game here, but also one with no fail state. This is a huge skill jump, which means that we need a safe space to explore and play without the game punishing us for making mistakes. Now, admittedly, licensed games tend not to be the best, but Paw Patrol on a Roll is a perfect example for this step of the learning process. It is literally a 2D side-scroller where you practice platforming. Sure, there are collectible bones and medallions floating around to encourage you to search, but nothing is mandatory for completion. And most importantly of all, there are no enemies to hit or pits to fall into. It is purely a game about you versus the platforms, as you get familiar with moving throughout a 2D virtual space. Best of all the dialogue in the game is spoken, which makes it perfect for any young gamer who's still learning to read. There are a couple of moments where you have to push another button for a special event, but these moments aren't time sensitive, so it's already starting to build an awareness of the wider controller with zero pressure. Level number 4, joystick with one button and only one function, 3-dimensional, no lose state. Having mastered moving through a 2-dimensional space, makes sense to upgrade to moving through a 3-dimensional space. Same rules apply here. You're looking for something where one button does one thing and one thing only, and no fail state. And once again, Ryder and the gang knock it out of the park with their licensed game, Paw Patrol Mighty Pups Save Adventure Bay. It is the exact same concept as the 2D game, but now in 3 dimensions with a fixed camera. This opens the new challenges of up and down controls as well as gauging jump distances. Just from the opening level alone, you can see how it's step-by-step training gamers how to leap over things like nets and run up and down ramps. Now again, obviously not every new gamer is going to be super excited to save Adventure Bay of all places. I wouldn't expect that. But again, I use this as a great model to follow when looking for a game to use with your gamer. Something welcoming where the focus is purely on movement and getting to an end goal. Level 5, joystick plus one button with only one function, 2D lose states. Alright, so now that we've conquered the obstacle of movement and jumping in both 2D and 3D spaces, we can now start mixing in real obstacles and enemies. You know, the things that are meant to impede our progress. Now remember what I mentioned earlier about Mario. We want a game where one button does one thing, and that thing should stay consistent pretty much the entire time. Essentially, we're looking for a game that's purely about running and jumping, but now with a few more obstacles. And there is no game that fits this mantra better than our favorite blue blur, Sonic the Hedgehog. Specifically, the Sonic Origins collection. You see, there are two brilliant things about Sonic that really make him stand out for this part of our training. The first is that in one button press, you are both jumping and attacking at the same time by turning into a spin ball. Unlike Mario, who's always vulnerable and has to land on an enemy's head to defeat it, by jumping, Sonic is not only moving, he also has a chance of killing whatever he touches. Secondly, Sonic's ring system is a game changer. Rings are plentiful, and as long as you can quickly scoop up one more ring, you're good to go. There's no searching for more life, no need for extra power-ups. As long as you prioritize getting that ring after getting hit, you are practically invincible. That said, obviously Sonic games tend to get fast and that makes them hard, but that also gives new gamers a sense of momentum and forward progress. It's exciting to hit those springs and go through those ramps, and over time, their reaction speeds are going to pick up. The biggest hurdle of Sonic, honestly, are the Dr. Robotnik bosses. But again, Sonic's team has a solution in the form of one of my favorite gaming characters of all time, Tails. Tails is invincible, so as long as you take control over Sonic and just avoid the boss while hoping to recover the lost rings, it gives your new gamer a chance to practice against a big bad with less frustration. And beating a boss on their own, that feels like a big achievement for their gaming journey, boosting confidence immediately. This is honestly how Ollie's been able to beat the entirety of Sonic's 2 and 3 almost by himself at this point. As an extra bonus for the Origins collection, it does away with lives and continues, allowing your new gamers to focus on practice and getting better as opposed to tedious progress loss. Level 6, joystick plus one button with multiple functions. Now this is the phase of the journey where we're currently at, and it's here that we face an important choice. Do we add another button, or do we add in multiple functions for our one button? According to studies done on individuals with limited mobility, multi-use one-button controls tend to yield better results, so that's what we're going to be focusing on. For that, we're going to move on to everyone's favorite racing game, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Now immediately this one should be ringing some alarm bells. One look at the control scheme for Mario Kart and you realize it's going to take more than one button. There's acceleration, braking, drifting, steering. And while yeah, the base settings in Mario Kart force you to do all those things by yourself, Mario Kart 8 added accessibility settings, allowing new players to enjoy the game with the auto accelerate feature. This allows new players to solely focus on steering the car and throwing items. Considering different items do different things, this all helps build in that strategic aspect of using resources at the optimal time that comes up in a whole host of other games. One of the other things that I love about Mario Kart as a game for this particular part of the player journey is that you can very precisely dial in the difficulty both through track selection and by adjusting the CC level. And the rubber banding AI in the game, which scales to your performance, ensures that any new gamer is never truly out of a race getting lapped, again limiting their frustration and humiliation and last place finishes. Level 7, joystick plus two buttons, only one at a time. Finally, we're getting to the level of the original Nintendo Entertainment System from way back in the 1980s. It is here that we introduce the B button. Yep, it only took us 7 steps. And again, because this is yet another big leap, we want to focus on the games that only require the player to press each button one at a time. While you or I may be able to handle holding the B button to run while using the other half of our thumb to press the A button, a new gamer, they won't have that dexterity yet. Instead, they need a slower paced game with lots of built-in time to focus on where the buttons are and how to switch between them. For that, there are 2 great routes here. Option 1, most top-down Legend of Zelda games. These games allow you to see the enemies around you and choose whether or not you're going to engage, which allows gamers to proceed at their own pace. Additionally, in many of these, your sword is permanently mapped onto one button while the other rotates in function based on the item you have equipped. The original Zelda is obviously the simplest and it has the benefit of not requiring a lot of reading skill to complete, but also it's one of the more challenging entries. From my perspective, A Link to the Past is a personal favorite, where they refined the top-down formula perfectly, but didn't start adding in a lot of bells and whistles like in later games. And even if you can't get through the entire quest, just taking the time to roam around, slash at the bushes, destroy some pots, it is rewarding enough. Speaking of pots, the other route to go here is Overcooked. If you somehow haven't seen this game before, it's a co-op cooking game where you and up to 3 friends are chefs at a restaurant and you need to cook together to prepare the ingredients, cook the food, and serve hungry customers. The game starts off pretty easy, but as you go on, the levels start to get more frantic. But notably, the controls are as simple as one button to chop and throw, and another to pick up and drop things. The cooperative nature of the game also helps to improve communication skills. And as a last bonus, if your new gamer is struggling with the orders, you can always take on more of the workload yourself so you can make progress while everyone feels like they're helping. Also, just as an honorable mention here, we have Pokemon. You see, there's one major thing to consider when we start introducing kids to games, especially RPGs, and that's reading. Everyone's gonna be different when it comes to their reading ability. If your new gamer is one of those kids who burns through chapter books like there's no tomorrow, then this might not be that big of an issue. But generally speaking, it's not until ages 7 or 8 that children get a high enough reading level to reach basic literacy. And when it comes to reading to learn new skills or gain information, you know, the kind of stuff that you get in an RPG, that doesn't normally develop until the age of at least 9. If you're there, Pokemon is perfect. Simple menuing, cute characters, and a basic button layout that makes this the ideal gamer's first RPG. Level 8, joystick plus 2 buttons, 2 at a time. Now comes step 8, where we're gonna add in the need to press and hold multiple buttons at the same time. And guess what we're finally ready for, friends? Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I am just as shocked that Mario is so late on this journey as you are. But as I mentioned earlier, not only are the buttons doing different things depending on what power-up Mario has, but straddling multiple buttons at once to make precise jumps, that requires advanced dexterity and spatial awareness that only follows all the other skills that we've built up so far. Level 9, joystick and 3 or more buttons, no camera control. Loyal theorists, we're in the home stretch. We've done 1 button. We've done 2 buttons. Obviously, it's time to add a 3rd and more. But more importantly than all of that, at this point, we have to stay aware of camera control. You see, adding the second stick into the mix to control the camera is the last major control hurdle that we're gonna have to overcome, and it is a doozy. It seems like the vast majority of games today, especially your big AAA first-person shooters and third-person action games, require you to be able to metaphorically walk and chew gum at the same time. Having your thumbs control both your player and the camera simultaneously is one thing, but with every change you make with the camera on your right thumb, it significantly changes the way that your character moves with your left thumb. It is essentially like controlling 2 different characters at the same time. In fact, Mario 64, the first truly successful 3D platformer, literally made the camera its own character, Lakitu, to help bridge the idea in players' minds that these games were gonna require new skills. There are plenty of gamers out there who really stopped playing newer games due to not being able to wrap their heads around the new camera controls.
When I was in high school, when this first came out, like, I remember seeing it like on display at like an electronics store and just being like totally overwhelmed.
So before we add in that second stick, let's just do ourselves a final game with more buttons in a 3D space where the camera work's done for us. I recommend Super Mario 3D World. It has all the challenges of the 3D games that'll come later, but without overwhelming you with camera controls. Level 10, 2 joysticks. And so we've arrived, the final step, adding in a second stick. And it's here where everything comes together. The multiple buttons that do all the things at different times, 3D environments with fully controllable cameras, lose states, precision, and a place to learn without being at a Soulsborne level of difficulty. For this, I have 2 recommendations. The first is a game franchise that only recently relinquished the camera to the player, and one that's near and dear to my heart, Pokemon. Pokemon Sword and Shield, but especially Legends Arceus, are Pokemon's first foray into the world of 3D camera controls, and as a result, they've made it as accessible as possible. For something that's a bit more intensive though, we have Super Mario Odyssey. Is Super Mario Odyssey the hardest game that ever existed? No. In fact, the platforming is much more forgiving than past titles like 64 and Galaxy. But you see, that's entirely the point. Our goal here isn't to go from zero to hero, our goal is to give new players a taste of what makes gaming so fun without bogging them down with years of assumed knowledge that us experienced gamers just know intuitively. And then with that solid baseline, everything from there just ramps on up. The speed of play, it increases. the intricacy of the controls, it just gets harder. The complexity of the movement, the platforms get smaller, whatever. And so there you have it, folks, your 10-step guide to get someone started into the wonderful world of video games. A few quick final thoughts as we wrap things up. First and foremost, be patient. This is learning, and like any learning, it's gonna take time. There's gonna be forward progress, but there's also gonna be steps backward as well. It's also worth noting that if one game doesn't click, just try a different one. If you're struggling to find recommendations for games to play, commonsensemedia.org and familygamingdatabase.com both have great tools that allow you to search for games on the consoles you have based on things like age, genre, and even the complexity of the controls. But really, for all the overthinking and analysis that we've done here today, here's a little test that you can use to know whether or not you're doing a good job at teaching a new player how to play a video game. Are they having fun? If so, you're doing exactly what you need to do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. YouTube Shorts are gonna kill YouTube, and your favorite creators are likely going down with it.
Never created a short, don't even know how.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where it's the end of the year, and that means one thing and one thing only. Our annual review of the digital video landscape. A state of the union, if you will. You get what I did there? I made the U of union into the U of YouTube. No. Hey, please don't click off. I'm so sorry. I get it. The pun was really bad, but trust me, the stuff that we're gonna be talking about today is too important to let a dumb joke like that just scare you off. You see, it's been a weird year on YouTube, my friends. To casual viewers, it probably seemed like business as usual, but under the hood, this year has been the single biggest year of upheaval the platform's ever seen. And it all has its roots in one word: Shorts. Shorts officially launched on YouTube at the end of 2020, and after a lukewarm intro on the platform, YouTube decided to just outright pay people to make them. No one really took them seriously still, which is why this year, in 2023, YouTube started pushing them hard. Now when you open your homepage on desktop, you see Shorts. When you open your phone to pick a video, oh, you've just randomly showed up in the Shorts feed. Sometimes when you're watching YouTube on the TV and it's like, here, would you like to watch a short on a TV with a totally different aspect ratio? Sure, why not? To creators, this surge has had some devastating ripple effects. When you go to the homepage and suddenly 50% of the screen is dominated by short-form video, it means your long-form content gets shared less. At the top of the year, YouTube basically mandated that if you want your channel to continue to be successful, Shorts have to be part of your video strategy. And that's kind of an issue when it's a format that takes time and effort to make, but basically earns you $0. I cannot overstate how these changes are currently devastating the mid-sized channels of YouTube. The number of creators that I personally know who've repeatedly said how scary this year's been for them because of these unexplained view drops, who've dedicated their lives to build small businesses around making long-form videos, but are now struggling to get by as their views disappear overnight. Channels who don't have the money or resources to just work in a couple of extra spare videos so that their views return to normal. That right there, it's a big issue. But while mid-sized creators are feeling it now, I suspect that all creators will likely be suffering similar consequences in another year or two. And that is what I want to talk about today. Now, normally this would be a dramatic Matt chat on the couch, but I've already got that one penciled in for January. So it's just PNG tuber Matt Pat today talking about the bigger issue here. Because I don't think people have truly thought through the long-term effects of this change. The forceful push into short-form content affects you as an audience, it affects the platform of YouTube, and honestly, it affects how all of us are engaging with videos, whether or not we realize it. And ironically enough, despite Shorts exposing you to more creators than ever before, if things continue going down this path, I suspect that they'll be the thing that kills off the entire idea of being a creator in the first place. So let's just start by pulling off the band-aid early, friends. Shorts aren't just there to be another super fun creative outlet for channels or a fun new experience for the viewer. They are here to compete with TikTok. Full stop, end of sentence. Back around 2015, YouTube was measuring video success based on watch minutes, which meant the longer your video was, the more likely you were to rack up minutes on the platform and win big. People who didn't want to make long video essays counting animatronic toes or listing every editing mistake in Suicide Squad, they lost out in this sort of system. Sketch comedy and animation both suffered hard in this era because, well, neither of them are particularly long-form genres. They're expensive to make and they're difficult to script for 10, 20-minute periods. But you know who else was suffering during this era? The viewer. People who only had a few minutes at a time to watch videos between classes at school or during breaks at work. They couldn't do that using YouTube. It's not like you're sending sending your bestie a 25-minute video for the lols, which meant that there was a very clear gap in the marketplace. People wanted short videos and needed a place to watch them. Luckily, there was one platform ready to fill that need, Vine. But when Vine just completely dropped the ball with a series of repeated self-imposed errors, TikTok was there to pick up that ball, run with it, and then just score all the touchdowns. TikTok landed in the US in 2016 and became a social video juggernaut by 2019. It understood that people wanted short, cheap, easy to produce content that was shareable. You know, the stuff that made YouTube so popular back in the mid-2000s. It's almost like history's repeating itself. Anyway, by 2020, TikTok had all the cool songs with no copyright striking. It had all the view numbers that looked way bigger than YouTube. And most importantly of all, they had the viewers between the ages of 13 and 18, the most important demographic on the planet for any social media platform. And you see, it's that last point that has YouTube so scared. If you're a viewer between the ages of 13 and 18, congratulations, you have the world's largest corporations all fighting for your attention. Why? Well, I want you to think back to some of the things that you were a big fan of in your life. The biggest movies, the best music artists, your favorite anime. When did you first become a fan of those? The truth is that you can become a fan of anything, anytime. I'm a huge believer in that. But statistically speaking, many of our most memorable fandoms emerge when we're teenagers. This isn't just because we're all so young and impressionable at that age either, there's actually a lot more science to it. There's a whole field of study dedicated to adolescent identity, so I'm just gonna be grazing the tip of the iceberg here, but the TLDR of all of it is that adolescent brains between 13 and 18 are working real hard at crafting a persona for themselves out of the vast universe of things they can be. It's really hard work, actually, which is why when we're teenagers, our brains compel us to do really cringy things, like going through weird style phases, deciding that we hate people overnight, filming TikTok dances in public places. These people just haven't figured themselves out yet, okay? One way for the brain to fast track this identity building is to attach to a celebrity that you admire, or a band that you love listening to, a show you love watching, or a creator online that you like. Instead of having to build your identity all by yourself, you can start with a character who already exists, and then use them as a kind of scaffolding for yourself. Now, it is normal to have fandoms all throughout your life, but the ones we participate in as tweens and teens become wound up in our actual real-world personalities, and not just for a little while either. A healthy fandom lasts on average about 9 years. So if you become a fan of something at the age of 14, on average, you could be a fan of that thing until you're 23. This is exactly the huge and important time of your life that all social platforms and entertainment franchises want to tap into, because if they get you early, they get you for a huge bulk of your prime spending years. Doesn't it feel great to know that your life is just reduced to a series of dollar signs? Regardless, a decade of loyalty, that right there is a lifetime in the world of online video, hence why this battle is so heated. Which brings us back to shorts. YouTube decided over the last couple years that they needed to bring the magic of TikTok to YouTube, and they've made it very clear to audiences and creators alike that this is the thing that you need to be engaging with. But is that so bad? I mean, I found a lot of shorts that I like this year. I think a lot of them are really fun. And if I'm being completely honest about making them, doing something that's shorter than a theory feels like a lot less pressure. It allows me to loosen up a bit. It's given us the chance to explore lots of topics that I wouldn't get to do otherwise. So what is the big issue? Well, outside of the fact that they lose money, don't translate to long-term viewers, very expensive long-form content, and feel like a pay-to-win model on YouTube, it's that having them on YouTube changes the platform in a way that doesn't help viewers. Making YouTube more like TikTok, it isn't just about changing the length of the videos. TikTok and YouTube function totally differently, and when you try to turn one into the other, there's gonna be a lot that happens under the surface. Let me just take you through what I mean. At its core, YouTube has always been a search engine, historically the second largest search engine in the world behind Google itself. Because of this, making videos on things that people search for, like movies, games, food, it's always worked fairly well. It's also worked well because you can search for specific creators that you're interested in. You go to their channel page and find a whole bunch of videos that you get from the same channel. But notice how I said that you, the viewer, have to do something to watch the videos. You have to open YouTube, obviously, but you also have to, at minimum, choose a video from the homepage. If you're not gonna do that, well, now you have to search, which means that you have to know what you're searching for. You get a page of results, you scroll until you find the one that you want, you click it, and then you hope that you like it. After you watch that one video, you choose the next one from a suggested video feed. Or maybe you opt for the autoplay video, but let's be honest, are you really gonna sit through yet another Skillshare promo at the end of that video? YouTube is an active watch experience. Viewers are constantly choosing what to watch. And to be honest, it's actually a lot of work on you guys. Now compare that to TikTok. What do you do on TikTok? You open the app. That's it. For the vast majority of people, the activity actually stops there. The most you gotta do from that point is a little thumb flick when you wanna move on to the next video. A video that the TikTok algorithm has pre-selected for you. This is a passive watch experience. TikTok isn't designed for you to choose what to watch. It's designed for you to either like or not like what you're being served up. You can choose to search on TikTok, but it's not a super easy experience and it just sends you to another passive scroll. So what we're dealing with is an active platform of YouTube YouTube versus a passive platform of TikTok? What happens when YouTube now introduces Shorts, a passive watch experience, into an active watching platform? Well, a few things. First, it's hard to blend the two experiences together. As a viewer, it's great to be able to do less work and make fewer decisions when I want to be entertained, but once I'm in the Shorts feed, there's really no off-ramp to that. If I want to switch, I have to basically go back to the homepage and start back from square one, which is just a really jarring, poorly designed experience. But okay, other than being a little clunky, why is this so bad? Well, the issue is that when we're in a passive watch experience, we're still watching content, but we're missing a lot of the things around that content. And those things are the secret sauce that's made YouTube so successful for the past decade. Let me illustrate what I mean by telling you a true story from over here at Team Theorist. We recently hired a social media producer to produce social media. It's pretty self-explanatory. Shout out to our various TikToks, by the way. They totally slap, and they're only gonna get better from here. Anyway, in that process, we interviewed dozens of candidates, and everyone who made it to that round was asked to tell us a couple of accounts that they love on TikTok that we wouldn't have heard of before. The point is to gauge the awareness of the platform. It's a question that we've asked for years when it comes to YouTube, and everyone that we've hired on has always had great answers. It's how I first became aware of the web design commentary of Juxtaposed or the mayonnaise jello of Liam Thompson. Everyone has always had an answer. But when it comes to TikTok, a lot of the best interview candidates just couldn't do it. They could tell us everything that happened in individual videos, but they often had to really think in order to come up with the name of who made it. Kind of like some sort of bizarre digital amnesia. This happened over and over again in the interviews. And you know what? They're not alone. When we like TikToks, we tell people, I have to show you this TikTok. Or, have you seen that one TikTok where the guy does the thing? We're not trying to de-identify the people as creators. Instead, the way the platform works takes creators out of the equation. It doesn't really matter who made the TikTok. I didn't choose it. It was over pretty fast, and for better or worse, the platform pushed me on to the next video. If I truly wanted to see who made it, well, it's available. It's just teeny tiny over here, right down in the corner. We know YouTube creators we love because we actively have to search for them. We actively choose them from the homepage or suggested feeds. Their logo appears in lots of different places. We subscribe to them. We don't just follow them. Heck, they even have their own channel page. And while that might seem like a meaningless word, it really is YouTube's secret sauce. The channel pages make YouTube into a glorified web host. Each creator is their own website, their own channel that you visit to watch videos. The banner is theirs. The thumbnails are theirs. The titles are all chosen to fit their personal brand. But as soon as someone else or an algorithm is doing that choosing for us, we're separated from all that information. It's not important anymore. So the problem with placing everyone in a Shorts feed isn't just that now they're segregated on the platform, it's because it's removing the identity of the people who make the content. Historically, YouTube trends can spread over a huge number of creators, but the biggest creators in a trend tend to be memorable. 100 Layers Challenge, Simply Nailogical. Fidget Spinners, Colin's Key. Elephant Toothpaste, Mark Rober. Unboxing Toys, Ryan's World. Giving away lots of money, Mr. Beast. TikTok trends, though, they're not based on creators, they're based on de-identified formats. Trending audios, meme templates, personal style hacks, recipes, weird clothing. Actually remembering creator names on TikTok takes an incredible amount of thought and active watching, something that TikTok, and YouTube Shorts for that matter, are trying to discourage you from doing. And this actually makes a significant difference. In 2022, TikTok sponsored VidCon, one of the largest digital video industry events of the year where fans can have meet and greets with all their favorite creators. In years past, when the appearances were coming from YouTubers, the lines were packed. But in this particular year, many of the lines were empty, despite the creators having hundreds of thousands to millions of followers on TikTok. As Simply Nessa15 put it,
did anybody else notice that so many influencers with over 500,000, over 1 million followers had empty lines at VidCon? TikTok completely killed the concept of influencers. I feel like it's so easy to gain a following on here, but that doesn't actually mean that it's going to translate into like a fandom, I guess.
And that right there is the big point in all of this. While YouTube is busy winning back the 13 to 18 demographic from TikTok right now, the trade-off of those views could be steeper than anyone thinks. Remember what we talked about at the beginning of the episode about how those teen fandoms end up sticking with you for a long time? What happens when your platform doesn't foster those fandoms anymore? When you don't know who any of the creators are because you've never picked any of the videos that you're watching? When there's no channels with no communities around them? There's no people associated with the trends. It just becomes the scroll, the feed. Without fandoms and channel communities, YouTube can pull in all the viewers it wants, but it won't be making any new fans. In our social producer interviews, almost all the candidates said at one point or another, I'm a fan of TikTok, which sounds like a pretty normal thing to say, but think about that. Like, isn't it kind of weird? They're fans of the platform, not of any specific creator. When you talk about YouTube, it's relatively rare to hear someone say, I'm a fan of YouTube, you know, the website. That's probably how it should be. I love this platform. I've dedicated over a decade of my life to it, but I'm more a fan of the people who are on it. Right now, I'm a big fan of Max Fosh and Moist Critical. Steph is a fan fan of Caroline Winkler and the Dumb Dads. Real people doing real content that they deserve credit for. Being a fan of a platform, on the other hand, it's being a fan of a corporate entity, maybe at best a fan of an algorithm. Going back to our job candidates again, who have apparently now just become a bunch of unwitting test subjects, a huge proportion of them said unprompted, I'm a fan of TikTok, and it is super unhealthy. Or, I'm totally addicted to TikTok. It's definitely bad how much time I spend on there. Haha. Over here at Team Theorist, people who use TikTok are pretty open about the fact that they like the platform, but it's also less of a fandom and more of an addiction. Except again, notice the words that are being used. Being a fan of something and being addicted to something, they're not the same. The fact that we as people don't always seem to be able to tell the difference there, it's pretty unsettling, but that's neither here nor there. What this all shows is that in absence of having the ability to get you emotionally invested, platforms are having to use psychological hacks to make you dependent on them. We spent a whole video talking about addiction pathways and TikTok content a couple months ago. If you haven't seen that video, definitely check it out after this, where I basically talk about the way that your brain feels addicted to scrolling content and receives little boosts of dopamine every time you see a new TikTok. The problem comes though when we mistake being a fan of something for just being hooked on it. That's a lot to lay at the feet of YouTube when it comes to shorts, so it's only fair to acknowledge the boat that they're in. In order to stay relevant and continue growing the viewership of YouTube over the years, there have to be more new people watching the platform. For its long-term survival, YouTube needs to win this battle against TikTok and earn back some of that 13 to 18 demographic. From a creative perspective, I'm rooting for them, but I also speculate that YouTube is trading off short-term gains for long-term loyalty. Sure, in the short term, Shorts seems to be a great idea for the platform. Using Shorts, you directly attack TikTok's main format. You get the same music deals, you mimic the functionality of the app, you even create a For You page that definitely reads as a little desperate, but hey, it probably works. You set all of that up, and suddenly you're bringing in new viewers. You start addicting them. You start training them to care less about individual creators. And you know what? At first glance, that seems like a big ol' win for YouTube. Guess what creators do? They get canceled. They burn mattresses in their yard. They make inappropriate statements, and then YouTube has to answer for all their problems to advertisers. Creators also stop uploading. They burn out. They take breaks, and they always inevitably go out of style. But you know what doesn't burn out? The scroll. The passive feed never stops updating. No one cares if one of the creators they've been scrolling past gets in trouble or does something bad, because there's just another one behind them. Any problematic behavior gets erased because no one ever knew the creator's name in the first place. But the long-term picture is less rosy here. People don't develop fan relationships with the passive feed. They develop addictions to it. That doesn't bode all that well for the long-term health of TikTok and YouTube Shorts, for the people watching them or for the people making them. In the end, no one ends up winning. YouTube's secret sauce when it comes to content has always been its direct creator-to-viewer relationship and the ability to form deep communities that grow overnight and can last for years. When the scrolling stops, what's left are the channels and creators and shows that have made a difference in your life, who related to you in a way that was memorable, and who put you in the middle of a community of people where you felt like you belonged. Wherever you find that, or whatever platform that is, that's valid. And if you found it here, either this year, or last year, or 10 years ago, thank you. I cannot express to you just how important that's been to me, as a creator, as a viewer, as a friend. As always, my friends, remember, it's just a theory. A game theory! I'll see you in 2024. Oh, I've done it. I've created the ultimate online video. I watched every YouTube video, but because I thought that Mr. Beast would do that very thing, I decided to do him one better. I watched every YouTube video and counted every pixel on every frame of every video. And guess what? I still thought that Jimmy might do that, so I decided to do him one better. I did it all in 24 hours, and I'll give away $100,000 to every viewer of that video. I've done it. I've done it. It's unbreakable. It's unbeatable. No one can ever outdo me. I've outbeasted the beast. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the superlative channel for overthinking all your favorite things on the internet. Today on Matt Pat Talks About Topics I'm Thinking About Instead of a Game Theory, we're gonna be talking about phases. We all go through phases, right? We wear different stuff, we watch different things, and on YouTube, we make different content. For the last 3 years, YouTube has been going through what I'm calling the era of excess. And I probably don't have to explain to you exactly what I mean by that. You pretty much know it when you see it. The title has the word every in it every every time. I tried every food from every state. I tried every impossible sport. Mythical has a format called We Tried Every, where they try every flavor of a thing. The Try Guys have Keith Eats the Menu, where he tries every item on a restaurant menu. Eric tries every drive-thru. Eddie Burback goes to every Margaritaville. Matthew Beam goes to every Disneyland where Alpharad rides every ride. Drew Binsky visited all 197 countries, while Markiplier just tries every flavor of Taki. I mean, he actually just licked every flavor of Takis. It's a bit disturbing there, Mark. Even more disturbing than your trailer for Iron Lung. Anyway, you see where I'm going with this. It's every trend that you see everywhere on the platform. Not to be overlooked though, this phase also includes what I call the nice round number syndrome, which contains a big old number with a dollar sign in front, and the numbers just keep getting bigger. While Mr. Beast has certainly been the one mainstreaming this recently, nice round numbers, they've been making titles and thumbnails more clickable since 2012, when top 10s and top 5 lists dominated the entire YouTube ecosystem. And once you know it, but clickable numbers become even more clickable once they're associated with money, leading to all your favorite giveaway and comparison videos. The numbers evolved from top 10s to top hundreds to $100, and then we started adding zeros from there. Many zeros. Now we have $1 stake versus $1,000 stake, $1 versus $100,000 computers, $1 houses versus $100 million houses, and of course the all-time classic, I gave a random person on the street $100,000 for the clout. I mean, obviously there's some vague reason, but we all know what the underpinning of it is, right? It's the clout. We've seen $10,000 ice cream, the world's biggest pizza, and we've watched Casey Neistat recline his way through every expensive Emirati flight on the planet. It's great. Clearly we all love it and watch it, otherwise the algorithm wouldn't serve it up to you on a silver platter, but I'm here to tell you that there's a hidden cost to these videos, and no amount of dollar signs and zeros is ever gonna do it justice. The interesting thing about excess videos is that they're not just about the superlative of something or trying something nicer than average, they're a constant, unwinnable game of escalation. We already ate the biggest burger at one restaurant, so, you know, then we had to escalate. We had to eat the biggest burger at every restaurant, but once you do that, where else do you go? Well, then you have to eat at every restaurant that ever serves a burger. You get the idea. I'm sure if I asked you why we like this sort of content so much, there are some easy answers that come to mind. It's satisfying. You get to see things that are too expensive to buy for yourself. Maybe it's funny to see people try crazy stuff. All of that is very true, but there's also a lot more boiling under the surface of our excess addiction on YouTube. Understanding the psychology of why you're watching these videos might make you think twice about when to click on them and when to keep scrolling. Today we're talking about where this era of excess comes from, where it's going, and why you should know for your own mental health. It's probably no surprise to you that watching content on the internet, any content, even this sort of content, is doing all sorts of things to your brain. In a nutshell, consuming content online when you're scrolling on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, or Instagram activates neuronal pathways in your brain that are commonly known as reward pathways. You scroll and ooh, a new thing to see. Scroll again and ooh,
Bro, like,
another new thing to see.
Z-axis
Forever and
hits are
ever,
fucking
endlessly
bullshit,
to the
man.
end of time. And each time your brain gets a little happy response to seeing something novel, something funny, something beautiful or interesting. All the things that we try to make our content look like online. These happy feelings come from your brain's dopamine reward pathway, and they're the same ones that get activated when someone hands you an ice cream sundae, or the feeling that you get when you beat a level in a video game. Years ago, we actually did a video on this channel all about the addictive qualities of games like Candy Crush, which is just as relevant today for social media as it was back then for mobile gaming addiction. In case you haven't seen it, I'm gonna summarize it quickly. When it comes to consuming content, unfortunately, we're going in with the deck stacked against us, starting with the literal brain inside our own heads. Biologically, our brains have been wired from the beginning to find rewarding experiences in life and then double down on those rewards because a few thousand ancestors ago, that was what was able to keep us alive. Now, that reward-seeking behavior we all have baked into our neurons gets translated to a key weakness that can be exploited by everyone from game developers to marketing companies, and especially by social video platforms. Watching funny TikToks, satisfying aesthetic videos on Instagram, and clever YouTube Shorts, they're all microdosing dopamine into your brain all day long until you're suddenly feeling compelled to keep scrolling just to try and feel okay. There's been a lot of research done in this area, and even if literally none of us are following the advice of limit your screen time, we at least know, yeah, we probably should be doing that. But no, really, yeah, we probably should be doing that. The TLDR of all this is that the For You page is giving your brain exactly what it wants, which isn't always a good thing. The thing is, friendos, well, it's easy for all of us to collectively point to short-form video as the thing that's getting us hooked on all these platforms, the things that are shamelessly riding those dopamine waves, they're not the only ones that are giving us that little boost to happy. The era of excess on YouTube has given us the exact same action on these same reward pathways, even with long-form videos. It's doing this in two main ways. First, the structure of the video usually sets you up for lots of little micro doses of dopamine rewards all the way throughout the video, starting with the opening seconds. Let's just take a classic example from Good Mythical Morning. I tried every flavor of Lay's chips, where they have the setup of these videos down to a science. Probably why it's a whole series over on GMM. They start right off the bat by teasing what's in the video. This hooks you in the first few seconds in the exact same way that a TikTok does.
27 flavors of Lay's, but only one can be the best. Let's talk about that.
This is the exact same tactic that Mr. Beast uses in every one of his $1 versus $1 million videos. Or I guess now it's $100 million videos.
This is a $100 million mega mansion.
And this isn't me trying to single out any creators or point fingers, it's just a tactic used by everyone who's successful on the platform right now. Josh Weissman.
Today we're going to be ranking and tasting every major fast food burger in America.
Airrack.
You're looking at a collection of all the fastest man-made vehicles in history.
Hopescope.
I bought every Barbie dream house ever.
Mr. Who is the Boss.
I have just bought every single Xbox console ever.
Basically, every major creator on the platform is zeroed in on this strategy as a psychological tactic to get your attention on YouTube. But that's not enough. After those catchy opening seconds, you break the video up into manageable chunks that are, I don't know, somewhere around 60 to 90 seconds each, about the exact same as a TikTok, so people feel like they're getting a new reward for every minute that they stay tuned into the video. Take a look at that same GMM video to see what I mean. 45 seconds to 1 minute and 15 seconds goes by, they switch to a new flavor of chip, giving you just long enough for a satisfying crunch, some color commentary, a couple of jokes, bam! On to the next before you got bored. In Hopescope's tour through the history of Barbie dream houses, a video that I personally loved by the way, she switches between dream houses less than every 2 minutes. Airrack is way more intense when ranking all the fast food restaurants, going through them at a pace of 10 to 30 seconds each. Mr. Beast's favorite way to do this is by completely switching up challenges every 3 minutes or so. His classic I gave away an island to my 100 millionth subscriber video switches challenges every 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. While in his somewhat controversial Curing People's Blindness video, the longest any individual patient gets in front of the camera is 50 seconds. I could go on and on and on with hundreds of examples of these videos across the platform, each with tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of views, but it all boils down to this one thing. YouTube videos, my friends, have become high-polished compilations. Kind of like TikTok compilations or Vine compilations before them, whether or not you or even the people making them realize it. And it works. It works real well. But wait a minute, I hear you saying, telling me I'm throwing all my fellow creators under the bus. How could I do that to all my friends? I'm just a YouTube turncoat. And hey, wait a minute, didn't this video start out using these exact same tactics? Well, let me be clear. Creators, including little old theorists over here, work to make the best content possible for viewers and fans based on the rules of the platform they're working on. You would never see a TikTok start with long, slow classical music and a black screen, right? Why? Well, because the platform doesn't serve that sort of content. People don't respond to slow TikToks with no visuals. That would be insane. By the same token, YouTube creators have to live within the extremely rigid boundaries of the platform and the content that's getting recommended here. Yeah, big creators have videos that work very well. And also, it's not really their fault. Creators aren't implementing TikTok tactics like this because they're trying to trick you. They're doing it because this content is what YouTube systems have told them is working. And in case it's still a secret, friends, YouTube has one goal and one goal only here in 2023, to look and feel a lot like TikTok. It's no coincidence that the excess phase of YouTube has happened at the same time as the rise of TikTok and the same time as YouTube launching its own TikTok killer as Shorts. A lot of large creators understand that they're not competing with each other, they're competing with the product that YouTube really needs to win, Shorts. So at this point, this is the real picture of what making content on YouTube looks like. Creators have to make videos that are as exciting as a TikTok, but long enough to feed YouTube's recommendation system lots and lots of tasty watch minutes. And in case you're not aware of what's going on behind the curtain, these episodes take weeks or even months to create, often costing tens, if not even hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce, all while still needing to be brand safe. Young skewing, but not too young skewing. New and original while still feeling familiar enough for you to click on, and they might just make it onto someone's homepage. Then again, YouTube might just give that space to Shorts instead.
Never fall down, never fail, never show fear, never get out of line. It's too hard. It's too contradictory.
So what's left after all that? Well, a lot of escalation. How do you get people's attention on YouTube now? Do something bigger, more expensive, more flashy, more dangerous, for as long as you possibly can and in as many short, discrete chunks as you can. At the end of the day, this isn't about the creators that you're watching, it's about the platform that you're watching those creators on. But there's more to this fun little escalation circus. With more complicated and over-the-top production comes the need for more help. A lot more help. While videos on the platform are becoming more pigeonholed into this escalation and excess genre, they also need a lot more manpower to pull them off. Rhett and Link employ nearly 100 full-time employees. Smosh is over 30. Mr. Beast is at least 100, and individual creators who look like they film alone now have full-time teams of at least 10 to 15 people hunting the corners of the earth to find every impossible sport, Pop-Tarts flavor, and MacBook. The cost of these enormous teams lay on even more pressure for every episode to be an every episode, because it has to be a banger. Instead of stories, characters, or in-depth narratives that feel risky, access videos can be executed by any team who can build a bigger set, visit more Olive Gardens, or buy more weird shoes for you to try on without running into a lot of creative risks. Right now, this is one of the only ways to effectively thread the needle. It's hard to blame people for leaning into the content that's successful, but you gotta admit, all of it feels a bit limited. There's not a lot of feeling under the surface there other than, whoa, amazing, with that little Vine boom animation to make it seem like something more exciting happened on screen. Overall, it just makes the platform as a whole feel stagnant when everything carries the same tone. And whose fault is that? The platform. With that in mind though, so far we've only talked about the ways that the era of excess is hijacking our brain and the programming schedule of your favorite creator. But what about you, as a normal viewer? Turns out that the era of excess may be having a number of other unintended consequences for fans of YouTube, and these consequences aren't so easy to detox from. First, let's just talk about what's so appealing about excess content when we watch it. It's fun. It's neat to see people take things to the extreme, and for a lot of us, the era of excess is a form of escapism. Now, there's nothing wrong with a little escapism. People have been using books, TV, movies, theater, video games, all kinds of media forever to escape their humdrum lives, or in our case, a world that often feels like it's about to burn down around us. A lot of time, escapism media portrays a life that's better, more magical, or often more wealthy than our own. It idealizes tiny problems, fancy clothes, fancy cars, extravagant vacations, or enormous houses. Any of those topics sound familiar? They should. They're literally everywhere in the era of excess here on YouTube. Visit the craziest hotels, eat the $1,000 steak, try on the 20 new outfits that you could never afford, and do it in every video across YouTube. There's actually a name for this kind of viewership, and if it sounds gross, well, it is. It's called wealth prawn, and it's been around just as long as wealth itself has. If you're a boomer, your generation had Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, one of the most influential reality shows of all time before reality TV was even a thing. As the creator of the show described it, it allowed everyone to feel like someday they too could live a fancy lifestyle.
When you first conceived, did you have any idea that people would be as interested in how the other half lived?
It's almost as if the whole thing has slipped into the vernacular of the dictionary, because everybody is curious, but to an extent that we never dream. Here in America, everybody wants to be a winner. Everybody dreams of being very, very successful. And so for a moment with our show, we showcase the winners, and then we let the people dream and say, yes, we too could live like that and be like that.
Moving into the 90s and 2000s, you had shows like MTV Cribs, Real Housewives, and then the ultimate in wealth prawn, Keeping Up with the Kardashians. With each of those shows on their own escalating journey to show off more wealth, more extravagance, and more aspirational living than the last. But where wealth prawn used to be confined to just a couple of shows that aired a few times a week, now it's literally everywhere. Every time you log onto YouTube, there it is, a brand new video, or 3, or 7, all ready for you to consume to get that hit of dopamine, except that's not truly what happens. When you're surrounded by wealth prawn all the time, instead of feeling inspired by the beautiful lifestyles showcased online, viewers report feeling more discouraged about their own lifestyle. Because everywhere you look, it feels like there's someone who has it better than you. Someone who can afford to explore exotic islands, or buy 30 pairs of sneakers, all the while inflation continues to rise out here in the real world. Everything is getting more expensive, and you're just out here wondering if you're gonna be able to afford next month's rent. But if every video you see online is an every video, it can be hard to remember that fact. And it starts to normalize the idea that we should all be living in this excessive way. And so when we can't, we start to become disappointed and dissatisfied. And because dopamine is now tied to our viewing addiction, it leads us to watch another video to try and get that hit, to try and feel normal again, to try and see what this one is gonna be like. And you just wind up repeating the cycle again and again and again, ultimately making us feel worse off mentally. This is especially true for younger viewers, where studies have shown that those who spend more time on social media, including YouTube, reported higher levels of comparison and lower self-esteem as a result. It's especially dangerous when you consider that 25% of young people reported going to platforms like TikTok to get financial advice, which can then lead them to not only feeling worse, but actually spending more on things they don't need to try and achieve that lifestyle that they're constantly being shown they should have. So what then do we do? Well, half the battle is just knowing what we're watching in the first place. When we see a video's cold open shouting at your face that you're about to see every of something, you need to recognize that that video is designed to trick your brain into thinking it's getting a prize. Spoiler alert, it's not. It's actually a TikTok compilation designed to give you a hit of dopamine every 2 minutes or less. And seeing a bigger dollar amount in the title, that's not going to lead you to feel better about yourself or the state of your bank account. Also, it's important to recognize that even though YouTubers seem to be all footloose and fancy-free with their expensive stuff and far-flung vacations, what you're seeing isn't real. Behind those big videos are big expense checks, and all the brand deal and ad revenue that pours in is getting poured right back out to the massive teams that are making these videos happen. Behind the fun is a lot of paperwork, production calendars, and more coordination than your typical Hollywood shoot. No one is truly living the way that you see in these videos, and whatever you see on screen was meticulously curated by a team that's bigger than however big you imagine them to be. Now, I can speculate about where the platform goes from here, the future of shorts, how far you can escalate before you hit a ceiling, what YouTube should be doing as a platform, but that's all episodes for another day. For now, knowledge is power, so consider yourself armed and ready to take on the next video that you watch. Just make sure that you're playing it, and it's not playing you. But hey, that's just a theory. A MatPat talks about topics that I'm thinking about instead of a game theory. Thanks for watching.
A popular video game your children may have come across. It is free, it is online, and it allows kids to... We have to warn you, these images are pretty disturbing.
Follow the guide arrows on the screen to saw back and forth to remove the head. God.
This is not for kids. This is adult entertainment.
Video games first started as a niche hobby, uncommon to the general public. Now there are more than 3 billion gamers in the world, almost half of the human population. You probably grew up playing video games at an early age, but playing games isn't always a positive experience. Sometimes they can give you nightmares, or in some situations leave you scarred for life. Today we'll be looking at kids games that are too disturbing for kids, and as we go deeper, we'll uncover just how dark video games can really get. And as always, I hope you guys have an absolutely marvelous week. The Cursed Baby Panda Game. The panda is one of the cutest animals in the world, which also happens to be the mascot of a YouTube channel for kids, Baby Bus. In their description, Baby Bus provides intelligent early childhood educational content for kids up to 6. But what's interesting about Baby Bus is how big it really is. On YouTube, Baby Bus has over 130 million subscribers across multiple channels. Outside of YouTube, Baby Bus also makes a lot of mobile games targeting children, one of them being Baby Panda Dental Care. Released on April 27th, 2020 on the Google Play Store, Baby Panda Dental Care has over 10 million downloads. The game is rated for a 3-year-old audience and allows players to step into the role of a dentist. All patients in the game are cute animals who look for you to fix their teeth. The game is really innocent. But Baby Panda Dental Care wasn't always like this. In 2017, Chick World, another kids mobile game developer, released their own version of Baby Panda Dental Care. It had the same name as Baby Bus's game and similar gameplay, but it looks like this. This version of the game has highly unsettling visuals. There's only one patient, a panda with its dirty yet detailed teeth. The end result is an uncanny valley-like experience. The uncanny valley is used to describe an uncomfortable feeling that we get when something feels human, but it isn't. The panda you meet in the game doesn't look anything like a real panda. It has a mouth that looks human and its eyes are wide open. Throughout the operation, the panda stares at you without blinking. It already feels creepy enough for adults, so for kids it would be even worse. In 2019, Chick World world's baby panda dental care was removed from the Play Store, but by then it already had over 10,000 installs. The mobile game may be gone, but the browser version can still be played today, rebranded as Cute Panda Dentist Care. These next games, inspired by Disney, are surprisingly not appropriate for a younger Disney-loving audience. The dark influence of Frozen. Making content for kids comes with a lot of restrictions, but do it properly and you'll hit the lottery. Look no further than Disney. Both Frozen 1 and 2 ranked in the top 5 highest grossing animated films of all time. From the songs to the merchandise, Frozen is a franchise that shaped the childhood of millions across the world. So many brands took advantage of this and created hundreds of thousands of Frozen merch. The catch, most of them are fake, but these unlicensed goods aren't just physical, they're digital too. Fake Frozen games are everywhere. This is just one example, Snow Queen Flying Knife. The goal of this game is to toss knives at targets that appear on a rotating wooden circle. But the circle also has Hans, the villain from the first Frozen movie, strapped onto it. Hitting Hans results in, well, let's just say, really graphic imagery and screaming. But that's not even scratching the surface of how weird these fake Frozen games can get. A lot of these games put players in the role of a surgeon, operating on Frozen characters in a gruesome fashion. Elsa Cesarean Birth is a game where you have to help Elsa give birth by cutting to deliver the baby. On top of the gore, what makes this game even more disturbing for kids is that it's possible to lose the game, suggesting that if you fail, it's possible that the baby or Elsa herself didn't make it. Other games that deal with the health of Frozen characters include Baby Elsa Spinal Surgery, Frozen Anna Brain Surgery, and Olaf Eye Care. A lot of kids love the Frozen characters, so showing them with serious injuries can leave them pretty uncomfortable. But some of these fake Frozen games are much worse, but we can't talk about those ones or YouTube would be furious. Frozen isn't the only franchise with tons of problematic kids content online, but it is the biggest. On YouTube, there was the Elsagate incident. Hundreds of thousands of YouTube kids videos were discovered as being very inappropriate for kids. But unlike Elsagate, it doesn't seem like these fake Frozen games will be getting banned anytime soon. Yet in the world of disturbing kids games, it's not always gore that makes it problematic. Sometimes just the style of the game itself is enough to give kids nightmares. The truth behind Majora's Mask. For kids growing up in the early 90s, the console war they'll remember was fought by Sega and Nintendo. But by the end of it, Nintendo won. What made Nintendo different from competitors was its family-friendly image. Nintendo's marketing strategy is the reason why we have huge gaming franchises like The Legend of Zelda. Their popularity is largely thanks to how Nintendo catered their games to a younger audience. But even then, there are some games from Nintendo that players find dark. In the Legend of Zelda series, one of the old classics that still gets discussed to this day is Majora's Mask. Considered by many to be the creepiest Zelda game, Majora's Mask haunted the dreams of a lot of its players. But why? To understand why Majora's Mask was so chilling, you have to understand what it was like when the game first came out. The previous entry in the franchise, Ocarina of Time, brought the series into 3D for the first time and became one of the greatest video games of the decade.
It has some of the most iconic music in all of gaming, and at the time, it flawlessly captured the grandiose feeling of adventure. Ocarina of Time influenced the path of the entire medium of video games.
To follow up on this historic achievement, Eiji Aonuma, the lead designer of the Zelda games, was given an impossible task. He had to develop the sequel to Ocarina of Time within a year. The stress of this deadline gave him nightmares. According to an interview, it was these nightmares that inspired the dark elements of Majora's Mask. And on April 27, 2000, the game was finally released for the Nintendo 64. So from Link being a triumphant hero in Ocarina of Time, how does Majora's Mask kick things off? With Link getting robbed and being transformed into a plant-like creature. Right off the bat, the game has a pretty grim tone, and to make matters worse, there is a time limit that plays an important role in the game.
It deals with some pretty dark stuff, especially at its time of release and for a Zelda game. I mean, you have 3 days to save Termina, or everyone gets crushed by a moon that's inching ever closer by the second.
For a lot of kids who didn't know what they were doing, they were greeted by this bad ending of the moon destroying everything. The moon itself is the stuff of nightmares, with an evil face always looking down at the player. The game's depressing atmosphere is thanks to the fact that its world is ending in 3 days. Some characters in Majora's Mask either live in denial or in complete hopelessness. For example, the swordsman at the school says he's not scared of the falling moon and thinks he can cut it into pieces. But in the final 6 hours before the moon falls, if you go to the school, the swordsman barricades himself in a hidden room curled up crying, terrified of what's to come. If you beat the game by saving the world, no matter what you do, there is no happy ending. In the end credits, most of the residents of Termina are celebrating, except the Deku Butler, one of the characters you meet in the game. The game's good ending always shows him mourning the loss of his son. It's grim moments like this throughout the game that fills the player with a sense of emptiness. In the end, Majora's Mask was a game born from the nightmares of its creator and brought to life. Fast forward 20 years later, and the game is still being analyzed by YouTubers to this day. Majora's Mask also inspired Ben Drowned, one of the most popular internet horror stories from the mid-2000s. Surprisingly, Majora's Mask isn't the only Nintendo game inspired by its creator's experiences. The game in our next chapter turns its creator's childhood memories into pure nightmares. The game based on a scarred childhood. While Majora's Mask explores a darker, more mystical world, let's shift gears to something more grounded in reality. This video sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is a vehicle combat MMO game with more than 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships to choose from. These vehicles are legit very realistic. The game has beautiful graphics and sound effects to immerse you in the experience. So when I was a kid, I wanted to become a fighter pilot and spent hours researching fighter jets. I can tell you that War Thunder pays attention to detail. They have a sophisticated vehicle damage model with every vehicle broken down into its specific parts like the engine and fuel tank. And the craziest part to me is the damage X-ray. When you get hit, vehicles suffer damage to their components and the crew inside. Play War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox now by using my link in the pinned comment or description. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months get a massive bonus pack. That includes premium vehicles, the Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. To celebrate the new year 2024, all players can, until the end of January, also claim 3 exclusive Gaijin snail decals to decorate your vehicles. While The Legend of Zelda is a household name at this point, Earthbound doesn't exactly have the same recognition. Released on June 5th, 1995, Earthbound, a traditional Japanese role-playing game, was brought to the Super Nintendo. In Earthbound, you control 4 kids who go on an adventure to save the world. The game looks innocent enough with its colorful environments and quirky humor, but it also has dark moments. Underneath Earthbound's innocent appearance are creepy sequences scattered throughout the game. Early on in the game, you'll come across Happy Happy Village. This town is home to the Happy Happiest, a cult whose members look like certain cult members in real life. Later on in the game, you arrive at a location called Moo. Here, one of your party members, named Pooh, have to undergo training by meditating. During the meditation, an ominous face will descend on Pooh, engulfing him. All this happens while a dark ambient track plays in the background. The face will then ask your permission to break Pooh's legs and remove his arms, among other disfiguring acts. Selecting no will cause the player to fail, and they'd have to repeat the meditation from the beginning. Even though it's just text-based, it's pretty chilling, especially for a younger player. It's even more twisted when you remember that Pooh is slightly younger than Ness, who is just 13. But the scene doesn't compare to the terror that is Gygus, the game's final boss. The fight against Gygus is unlike anything gaming has seen before. It doesn't have hype music or a grand stage, just a nightmarish background with distorted sound effects. The fight is divided into 5 stages, each filling the player's soul with dread. What makes this fight so chilling is the image of Gygus itself, which is thought to be based on an unborn child inside the mother's womb. While this theory is later proven to be false, what a lot of Earthbound players didn't know is that the game is based on a childhood experience that scarred its creator, Shigesato Itoi.
When he was a child, Itoi went to a movie to catch a flick with some friends, when unfortunately he walked into the wrong theater. He mistook this one love scene between 2 characters to be a romantic one, but in reality it was, well, something not so consensual and advertiser friendly, if you know what I mean.
This moment changed Itoi forever. Later on, as an adult, Itoi drew on the loss of his innocence as inspiration for making Earthbound. While the game is remembered today as a cult classic, it didn't change the fact that it was a deeply disturbing game for kids. And for the developers in our next chapter, their goal isn't to express themselves artistically. Sometimes the goal is to spread propaganda even at the expense of kids. PETA's disturbing propaganda. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, or PETA, is an animal rights group with an interesting history. Online, you can find hate for the organization almost everywhere. PETA is known for its outlandish publicity stunt. You might not know this, but surprisingly, they've also made a few video games. A lot of these games are parodies of beloved Nintendo titles. They're free and can be played on PETA's website. But unlike the Nintendo games that they're based on, PETA's versions aren't very kid-friendly. Pokemon Black and Blue is a good example of this. The game's cover art shows Pikachu and other Pokemon Pokemon injured. The player versus player combat is similar to Nintendo Pokemon games, but very short, with only 4 fights in total. But after the first fight, Nurse Joy, the nurse in all the Pokemon games, will appear to give you a treasure chest. Choosing to accept the treasure chest will open a new tab that plays a video.
That's a pig, Luke. Alright, we're not playing that. That's... Oh. Okay, so nothing is worse than getting a shock video. Oh, essentially what you have is a shock video here, right?
Yeah.
And then decorating that in a children's video game.
Yeah.
And using that as a mechanism to show and shock people.
Pretty bad.
To try and push off your propaganda. That is up.
PETA repeats this formula in a lot of their parody games. In their second Pokemon parody game, Pokemon Red, White, and Blue, you fight against McDonald's characters. After the first fight, you'll be asked if you want to open a treasure chest, which takes you to an age-restricted video. Besides the video, the gameplay of both Pokemon games isn't too disturbing, but the same can't be said for PETA's Cooking Mama parody game. The original Cooking Mama game is a series of cooking simulators made up of a lot of cute mini-games. PETA's version has you preparing a turkey for Thanksgiving. The game shows a lot of blood and internal organs, and like the Pokemon parodies, it's also linked to an external video.
Cooking Mama's audience is obviously kids, and they very easily could stumble upon this game. And they could just as easily get to the point in this game and then get scarred by this video.
Both Cooking Mama's developer and Nintendo have responded to PETA's versions of their games and decided not to take any legal action against them. The twisted use of propaganda in these children's games disturbed some kids, but in our next game, even adults were terrified about it too. The scariest arcade game ever. Going to the arcade is usually a fun experience for the whole family. With all kinds of genres, there's always a game for everyone. Well, most of the time. Unlike our previous entries, which relied on gore or a creepy atmosphere, this arcade game has gained a legendary reputation for the pure, unfiltered terror it creates. Sinistar.
A game many of you might not have even heard of, yet it still managed to scare the life out of countless children and even adults back in the day.
Created by Williams Electronics in 1983, Sinistar is a game where you pilot a spaceship from a bird's eye view. It was revolutionary for being the first sit-down arcade game to have stereo sound. The immersive audio gave it the feeling of sitting inside a cockpit, and thanks to this new technology at the time, arcade goers were blown away by the experience. At first, there's nothing scary about the game at all. You control your ship with a joystick, firing your laser at things while trying not to get hit. But as you keep playing, you'll hear something.
Before I can see the monster, I can hear him, in what must be the most frightening introduction of any character in gaming history.
Just the mere thought of this voice would give me a quiver in my liver, and I would not be able to sleep for days.
Beware, coward. Run, coward.
That was the voice of the game's boss, Sinistar. All of Sinistar's lines were recorded by Chicago DJ John Dormus, except for one line. Sinistar's iconic scream was a lion's roar recorded from a zoo. This was the roar that struck fears in the hearts of countless children back in the 80s. But it wasn't just the voice. Sinistar is one big monstrous face that relentlessly chases the player down. Your spaceship's attacks do not work on Sinistar, and the only way to beat it is to collect the crystals. These crystals turn into weapons called Cinnabombs, which is the boss's only weakness. The game never gave clear instructions on this mechanic, so for a lot of kids playing this back in the day, the sudden appearance of this unbeatable force of nature made their blood run cold. This was also before the internet was a thing, so most players never figured out how to beat Sinistar. Those who do defeat Sinistar will be shocked to learn that he keeps coming back. The game's difficulty and its terrifying reputation ended up costing the developer Williams Electronics. Sinistar did not become a commercial success when it first launched, but decades later, the arcade game now has a huge cult following as a collector's piece. Sinistar is a blast from the past for many adults today. The game's amazing use of sound set the trend for many horror games today. But sometimes when a business strategy doesn't work, you have to try out new trends that run an entirely different form of inappropriate content. The game where you choose your own story. Episode is a free-to-play visual novel style game where players can read interactive short stories. By choosing certain options, they can affect how the story plays out. But what separates Episode from a lot of other visual novel mobile games is its user-generated content, which is in-game content that its users create themselves. The top user-submitted stories even earn their creators money. With over 12 million creators, a lot of them would do anything they can to get clicks. This leads to a lot of questionable content on Episode.
If you go to the App Store
episode is rated 12+, but some of the stories on the app are just not appropriate. I would be scared to read them as a 12-year-old if that was given to me. Some of them are things that you wouldn't want to see if you're 12 years old.
But it isn't just the users who are coming up with the inappropriate content for the game. Episode itself has a reputation for its weird ads that are not suitable for younger audiences. These ads usually show suggestive scenarios. Episode often advertises its games through other kids' mobile games. Because of this, a lot of kids were exposed to Episode's indecent ads even before getting to play a second of the game. This drew a very angry reaction from parents, since this is how some kids were introduced to the game. So how does Episode make money? Like a lot of other free-to-play games, Episode uses an energy system, which is the type of currency for the game. Players spend energy to read more content. Once your energy runs out, you can either wait for more or buy energy through the app. But for Episode, their monetization gets a lot worse. Some dialogue options are locked behind a paywall. It doesn't matter how long you wait, the only way to explore these options is by paying with premium currency. Often, this content tends to be the more steamy option, if you know what I mean. So on top of being marketed towards kids, Episode tries to exploit their curiosity and make them hooked on adult content they shouldn't even be consuming. From its ads to its stories, Episode has an entire ecosystem designed to profit off the undiscovered desires of its young audience. But as if suggestive animated content isn't dark already, this next game takes it one step further. A game based on a disturbing folklore. Not all games are created for the sake of enjoyment. Take, for example, the game Cosmology of Kyoto, an educational PC game released in Japan back in 1993 and North America a year later. Even though it had glowing reviews, the game didn't do well commercially. Cosmology of Kyoto barely had any players, but there were still some kids who stumbled across the game only to get scarred from the experience. Over the years, Cosmology of Kyoto gained a cult following because of just how eerie it was. It's even Guillermo del Toro's favorite game, director of famous films like Hellboy. But just what is it that makes Cosmology of Kyoto so unsettling? To answer that, we have to travel back in time to the Heian period in Japan at around the year 1000. This is when the game takes place, and right off the start, you can feel that something's off.
The illustrations are all gorgeous, with a muted color palette and deep shadows, giving it a dark and creepy edge. The sky in the background and the empty, eerie streets really give this game a forlorn and foreboding feel.
Cosmology of Kyoto doesn't have a clear goal. You can go anywhere you want around the ancient capital of Kyoto, meeting various people and even demons. Depending on how you act in these scenes, your karma will change. It determines which Buddhist hell your character is sent to when you're defeated. This is what terrified kids who played the game back in the day. Most of these hell scenes show your character being tortured by monsters. And depending on which hell you end up in, the scenes can be stomach-turning. Once you leave hell, your character will reincarnate into a different person. Sometimes you'd even reincarnate as a dog. Unfortunately, there's a lot of encounters in the game that can send your character to hell, but if that wasn't inappropriate enough, there's gameplay showing characters exposed. But even with its gruesome imagery, Cosmology of Kyoto can be educational. Every single person you meet in the game is based on real-life accounts or folklore, and you can read up on these details through the game's reference menu.
It's like having an encyclopedia of ancient Kyoto and Japanese history and folklore at your fingertips.
Violence and indecent content are captured through Cosmology of Kyoto's unique art style. Others like taking a more real-life approach to video games, making them feel uncanny. The uncanny valley of full-motion video games. 1993 was the year that changed video games forever. Games were starting to become more mainstream, and the public was getting worried. Controversial games like Mortal Kombat caused the US Senate to create the ESRB, which is in charge of age-rating games. But Mortal Kombat's violence wasn't the only thing that politicians debated about back then. Another title that was brought up in the congressional hearings was Night Trap.
The second game is Night Trap, which is a game set in a sorority house. The object is to keep hooded men from the young woman from a hook.
Night Trap is an FMV game, which is short for full motion video game. The game's graphics uses real-life footage of actors, making it an interactive movie of sorts. Because of how realistic the game looked, a lot of people were concerned that the violence that happened on screen was too much for kids. But looking back, the only realistic thing about Night Trap was the fact that it used real people. The game's acting is poor, and it was designed to be exaggerated. Most players didn't take it seriously.
Night Trap, the most infamous FMV game of all, which had Terrible story, acting, sets, lighting, costumes, special effects, and boring gameplay.
But that didn't stop politicians from using Night Trap as fuel to criticize video games. The game was hardly the most problematic FMV title at the time. Instead, there was another FMV game that flew under the politicians' radar. A game so dark it got banned in multiple countries. That game is Phantasmagoria. Released on August 24th, 1995 for the PC, the game puts players in the shoes of a writer who has to survive inside a mysterious mansion. Unlike Night Trap, Phantasmagoria's acting was far more realistic. It's a horror game with multiple bad endings. Not only were there a lot of brutal scenes in the game, but there was even one that involved a non-consensual act. Even though the game is completely unsuitable for kids, that didn't stop many of them from playing it. The game's creator, Roberta Williams, felt that Phantasmagoria was unfairly targeted by the media. According to her, it's because at the time, many people thought of computer games as children's entertainment. The game ended up haunting the dreams of a lot of kids. Phantasmagoria was so controversial that multiple organizations called for a boycott of the game. But even after all that, the game was a commercial success.
Of course, the controversy worked its magic, and the game went on to sell over 1 million copies.
Reading controversy is something the games in our next chapter do very well. But unlike Phantasmagoria, these games weren't made to make money. They were made to offend as many people as possible, even the victims of real-life tragedies. Newgrounds' darkest games. On December 31st, 2020, Adobe Flash Player, which was a program used for many online games, was officially discontinued. Unless your page had certain features, that meant you couldn't play Flash games anymore. But with the end of Flash came one game that took the world by storm: Friday Night Funkin'. In 2021, Friday Night Funkin' went viral as a rhythm game with an art style inspired by many Flash games that came before it.
It was everywhere: YouTube, TikTok, mod pages, bootleg merch, Roblox, in-class talent shows.
At a time when people were stuck in lockdown, Friday Night Funkin's early 2000s aesthetics reminded players of the good old days. It unleashed new life into Newgrounds, the biggest community of Flash animations and games. This helped the new generation of young gamers rediscover an old part of internet culture, including its darker sides. You see, one character in Friday Night Funkin' is Pico. What a lot of players don't realize is that Pico is originally from a different game called Pico School. Developed by Tom Fulp, the founder of Newgrounds himself, Pico School was released way back in 1999. You play as Pico, a survivor of a school tragedy. The goal of the game is to defeat the perpetrators behind the tragedy and save the school. It's also based on a real-life incident that happened that same year in 1999. But even then, Pico School is only the tip of the iceberg compared to some of Newgrounds' darkest titles. There were several other Flash games on the site that were also inspired by real-life tragedies. Unlike Pico School, games like VTech Rampage put you in the shoes of the perpetrator. To beat these games, the players had to commit atrocities similar to what happened in real life. Worst of all, they even featured characters who shared the same identity as the victims in real life. When asked why these games were made, the creator who made both of them said, "Because it's funny."
Making so many angry has won me enough points for the rest of my life.
These games stirred up a storm of controversy that family members of the victims even responded.
It's absolutely disgusting that somebody thinks this is funny. And we're all suffering. All the families are suffering.
Because Newgrounds values the artistic freedom of its creators, a lot of these games can still be played on the site today. Whether or not you agree with it, Newgrounds can be seen as a kind of time capsule, preserving both the good and bad sides of the internet. And for a lot of kids in the early 2000s, it was their childhood, even if some ended up getting scarred from it. This was also the case for our next game, a real-life horror game. What happens if the video game you're playing isn't just a game anymore? What if you yourself become a character in a video game? These were the questions thousands of kids came face to face back in 2008 in the browser game Hotel 626. Back then, rumors spread online of a creepy browser game that you could only play between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., forcing you to play it at night. Hence the name Hotel 626. If you head to hotel626.com, you'll be brought to a page where you have to type in your personal details. In order to play the game, you even had to turn on your webcam and microphone. Once you type everything in, the game starts. Hotel 626 was an FMV browser game, so the graphics used real-life footage. The game gives you a series of tasks, with each one being more extreme than the last. One of them even needs you to use your microphone to sing a lullaby to a baby. If you fail, you'll get jump scared. But it's the fourth task that completely paralyzed players in fear.
What you see next is hanging Polaroids of faces from other players. At the start of the game, when you click agree to using your
webcam, your picture is taken without your knowledge, and you are now on one of these Polaroids. You have to quickly look through rows of faces until you see yourself and click on it.
So after seeing your own photo taken without you even knowing, how could it possibly get worse? Unfortunately, the answer to that question comes when your phone in real life starts to ring. And when you pick it up, this is what you'll hear. The game tells you the instructions for the next task by calling your real number. Following the instructions will lead you outside of the hotel and into a car. As you start up the engine, the game ends, right before one last jump scare. But even after the game ends, the horror doesn't, because some players reported getting a phone call days after playing the game. The voice in the call told them you never really left the hotel. There's no real escape from its horrors. Hotel 626 was a horror experience that went beyond the four corners of your screen. Sadly, Hotel626.com was shut down in 2011. The game can no longer be played today. That's because this entire game was a marketing stunt from Doritos. That's right, the game was made by Doritos to promote their black pepper jack and smokin' cheddar barbecue flavored chips. The URL Hotel626.com was printed on the back of the packaging, which is how kids found out about the game. Doritos ended up making a sequel for Hotel 626 called Asylum 626, but it didn't have the same publicity as the first game. It shut down alongside Hotel 626 in 2011. This may be for the best, since what these games did with your private information crossed the line. While Hotel 626 messes with the player in real life, the video game in our next chapter messes with the player's mind. The game is so twisted it even made some kids physically sick. The dangers of dark Roblox games. If you're looking for horror games, Roblox isn't the site that comes to mind. The graphics can't compare to classic horror titles, so most games on Roblox aren't as immersive. After all, the majority of its user base is kids. The horror games that you can find on Roblox are a hit or miss, but there's one title that stood out from the rest. A game so terrifying, some players even reported feeling sick. This game is called My Eyes Deceive. You play as a girl who's been living inside a basement her whole life, which already feels uncomfortable. The very first task the game gives you is to take your pills, and for the rest of the game, the gameplay boils down to just interacting with objects. But at the end of each day in the game, before you sleep, you're tasked with talking to Papa, but he's never seen and rather hidden. The conversation with him takes place near the hatch of the basement. We learn from Papa that the outside world is a dangerous place and the pills we take are for our own safety. But halfway through the game, Papa never shows up at the hatch. Eventually, you have to decide if you want to keep taking your pills or not. This is where things take a turn for the worse. You, the player, start to realize what's really unfolding when your character's asleep. The game suggests that the father was doing terrible acts, and for a lot of players who played the game to its end, they're left sick to their stomachs. My Eyes Deceive is a psychological horror game that's hard to play just because of how twisted the storytelling gets. There's a lot of similarities between the game and the real-life case of Elizabeth Fritzl, a woman who was locked for 24 years in the basement by her father. My Eyes Deceived was eventually removed from Roblox. While a lot of people thought that it was because of the content, this wasn't the case. It was originally released on itch.io by an indie developer called Nowadev. One Roblox user asked Nowadev if they could recreate My Eyes Deceive on Roblox, which is how it came to be on the platform. And it got so popular that even big YouTubers like Markiplier played it. Nowadev felt upset that his original version on itch.io got completely overshadowed by the Roblox version, so he wanted it taken down. At the end of the day, children's safety should always be top priority. But that will never stop some creators from developing absolutely horrible games like some of the violent and disgusting reenactments we've talked about. If you see young ones consuming gaming content that they probably shouldn't, educate them, because you never know. It may make a bigger impact on their future than you think. Visual Venture. Thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Play it for free on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox now by using my link below. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months get a massive bonus pack, including premium vehicles. And until the end of January, all players can get 3 exclusive Gaijin snail decals. Wait, before you go, click this playlist to watch more videos about the dark side of internet culture, because the algorithm will promote my channel more if you guys watch multiple videos. Honestly, it is an absolute honor to be here. Thank you so much. Peace.
Probably the most amazing thing to ever erupt in the current gaming sphere was the rise of the indie games. Games made by the little guy. They could be made by a small team of dedicated programmers, or they could be made by just one guy and an old computer. Indie games have always existed, but they never really got any actual recognition for what they were until the 2010s. There were a few notable indie titles in the 2000s, but they were seen more so as sleeper hits. As the cost of AAA game development rose as the years went by, big studios started focusing more and more on creating bigger budget games and no real room for anything else. Then the indie devs stepped up and started to fill a niche that really needed it. Little fun games you could buy for a few bucks instead of nothing but AAA slop for 60 or 70 bucks. Around the 2010s, more tools for game development started becoming available to the public. Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot, it was now easier than ever for anybody to make a game they wanted to with these tools. Now, you too could throw a Mario model in an empty open field with deer and get people to rally for Nintedo to hire you. Joking aside, it's amazing. We can see all these creative ideas come to fruition with these, and some of these ideas would get tons of attention and publicity. Some of the most popular games of the past decade have been indie games. Five Nights at Freddy's went from a game made by a single Christian man to a global marketing powerhouse now with a blockbuster movie. Even the little guys can hit it big if all the cards are played right. So right now, from any part of the world, in any place or location, anyone can make their own indie games. But let me repeat that. Anyone can make their own indie games. That also includes people who have a very different type of creativity. There are indie games you can find that are completely nonsensical. They could only come from the minds of the individuals that made them and nobody else. I was sent some of these my way and asked to look at them. You think you've seen strange? You ain't seen nothing yet. These are the indie games we dare not speak of. Who doesn't like dolphins? People with no souls, that's who. I don't think it's controversial to say that dolphins are some of the most beloved creatures on the planet. That's why they show up in a ton of fictional media. In the world of video games, though, they deserve way better. Probably the most well-known dolphin game is Echo the Dolphin. And Echo the Dolphin sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry to all those die-hard Echo the Dolphin fans, all three of you, but the game is slow, boring, and confusing. It looks nice, but graphics cannot save your game. It's pretty to look at, but that's all I can really give it credit for. I'm showing off Echo's graphics just to give you something nice to look at before I melt your retinas with the complete opposite of this. I was notified of another dolphin game out there that was made by one guy, and it is quite the strange game indeed. Echo was about your aquatic friends being abducted by aliens, but this game I'm about to talk about manages to surpass even that in terms of strangeness. This is Dontrell the Dolphin. I'd make some comment about the title screen, but this guy can probably draw better than me, so that's out the window. The game starts off with, oh my god, what is that? Is that Tails Chew? Is this hidden Sonic Chew lore? I sure hope not. The game starts up and, oh sweet Jesus, look at this. We're in for something special here. Does this look fun to you? Well, it plays worse than it looks. Your movement speed is agonizingly slow, and the controls are extremely stiff. Whatever direction you're holding, you will keep moving in that direction no matter what until you stop moving entirely. Like, look at this. I am holding left on the keyboard right now, and he is still moving right. And the physics, well, what physics? This game has no physics. You can jump infinitely, but not only that, you can also walk in the air. You essentially have free reign pretty much anywhere. Well, anywhere in this damn box. The first area of the game, and you're stuck. I see this little opening up here, and thought maybe I can just squeeze in. Nope, invisible wall. Well, there's nowhere to go, but I'm not giving up. Knowing how busted this game is, I must be able to glitch through one of these tiles, so I start rubbing up against everything I could, and oh look, it worked! So now that I've escaped my prison, I have no idea what the goal is, so I'm going to assume that the goal is to touch that Made in Game Maker light watermark to exit the level. At least that's what my mission was now. Everything else in the level doesn't really seem to do anything. These orbs only raise your power level, whatever that means, and the enemies can't really seem to hurt you. What a lovely sound. I want to die, but God won't let me. What even are these enemies? Like, there's boxing sharks and evil triangles. Level geometry also just seems to be all over the place, with no rhyme or reason. Sometimes you can pass through the ground, sometimes you can't. I mean, this whole thing is just a complete mess. I understand this was maybe just some guy's first game, but why would you make this available to the public when it's this busted? This orb is black. What does this one do? Oh no, you touched a death core. And I've just touched the escape key. Okay, so that's the end of that. But that was actually the version 1.0 of Dawntrail. I actually got an updated version that's not as busted. What the hell happened to the music? The last game was a decent little MIDI, but what is this? It sounds like a high school band slowly dying of carbon monoxide poisoning. So the game somehow looks worse. Oh God, look at the background. The gameplay is improved though. You move at a decent speed and get the ability to throw a sword, so there's actual gameplay now. I mean, it plays like a typical platformer now. Nothing too interesting other than the art design. This wouldn't last, however, as at the end of the level, you come up to what seems to be a boss fight against this thing. All it does is move left and right and drop eggs, which spawn enemies. An extremely simple attack pattern. The issue is, this thing will not die. I spent maybe 25 minutes or so wailing on this thing, and it just wouldn't die. I died a few times, had to redo the previous level over just to go back to the boss and still not be able to kill it. I tried going in the door, I tried killing the enemies, nothing worked. I eventually gave up and tried looking up what to do online, and unsurprisingly, there are slim pickings when it comes to people playing this game online. But I did discover this video by this dude, which seems to be a more updated version of the game, and even he couldn't kill the thing. He actually racked the score counter up to 10,000, and the thing was still alive. And after enough, he finally succumbed to it. I am now convinced this pink demon thing is the hardest boss in gaming history. Dawntrail the Dolphin, I kneel. So even that version I can't get far in either. But there are even more updated versions of Dawntrail with even further improved graphics and other such changes. But actually, Dawntrail the Dolphin is a series. In the second game, you can ride a dragon, and in the third game, it goes 3D, where Dawntrail moonwalks throughout the entire game.
Like, I'm not actually interacting with any of the things on the screen. I'm pretty much just an independent entity. Just pasted on the screen. You know what would work just as well? If I had a sticker of this dolphin on my monitor. It would be the same effect.
I do have to comment, the art styles in these games is very weird and interesting to say the least. You don't see many games like this that look like they're made from DeviantArt drawings. I'd love to show more of these games, but I can't because, except for the early versions of the first game, all the others have been lost. I checked the Internet Archives, the Wayback Machine, and it seems only the first game has been saved from this fate. How lucky we are. These games are not very good, like, at all. These games feel like a kid drew some art in his free time and threw them together at a game engine he had no experience with, and just winged it. And the end result isn't pretty. But you want to know something? That's how I started my YouTube channel. I got a hold of Adobe Premiere Pro, started it up, got some assets, and winged it. And look where I am now. I admire the dev for actually going through with this. They're not good, but they're entertaining. I feel even stuff like this should be archived for anyone to play, to experience a guy just doing something for the hell of it. And speaking of which, the dev is very active to this day. He still makes games and has some available to buy on his Game Jolt for $1, which feature our pal Dawntrail in it. And they seem to be a more polished version of Dawntrail's games, still with that DeviantArt aesthetic to them. To add to that, he's even written books on these. Yes, books, and they're probably better than Brick by Brick. I mean, just look at the reviews. Throughout my life, I've been forced to read terrible books falsely labeled as classics. At the time, I was young. I was naive and ignorant until I read this life-changing masterpiece. Dawntrail Murphy's world building is truly impeccable, and his use of imagery makes you feel there. Allegedly, this was based on the classic Dontrell the Dolphin video game, and it shows. Dontrell the Dolphin is such a complex character. Having been born with a severe jaw problem, he must save the course from an evil sorcerer king. He travels through lush jungles and mountains which contain entire planets inside of them along the way. His struggles with his disability provide an interesting commentary on how people in today's society struggle with mental disorders. In general, this is a work that provokes thought and deserves college-level literary analysis. I cannot recommend it enough to the most loyal Dontrell the Dolphin fans. There is this little weird cult surrounding these games, with memes and images existing for it, so there is a fan base for this kind of stuff. I'm really just here to put a spotlight on it. Just because the gameplay sucks doesn't mean you can't appreciate the creativity and art style of it. I didn't enjoy playing these, but I did enjoy finding out they exist. Too bad Dolphins still don't have a good video game, though.
Hurry, you put your name in a goblet of fire.
Now, this may come as a shock to some of you, but I love RPGs. I love RPGs of all kinds. When we're talking about weird abstract RPGs, Hylics is the first example that comes to mind. But we can go even more obscure than that. What about an RPG that makes so little sense you flat out need an alternative source to understand some aspects about it? Well, let me introduce you to Goblet Grotto. Goblet Grotto is a very strange game indeed. It's a game you'll play once and it'll just stick itself into the back of your mind and never leave. Once you start it up, you're given some text on the side. You are in a black wood. See paragraph 4 for a description of the black wood. You feel tremendously enthusiastic about the prospect of the goblets and adventures ahead. Wolves are rapidly closing in on your position. Wait, what? Well, what a way to start the game. So after that beginner's trap and killing off those damn wolves, this game may look and feel like an old school computer RPG. It's actually a facade. There isn't any actual role-playing to be had here. You're a frog and you're given one goal: collect goblets. That's it. You can attack, and you can pray, sleep, and eat. You can sleep to restore your health and eat meat you find to keep your stamina up. Praying is situational. Praying in the right spots can give you a whole cache of goblets. But outside of that, that's where the RPG elements end. Really, it's more of a collectathon than anything that's made to look like an RPG. It's a simple game when you understand all the basics, and that's the only simple thing about this game. You will quickly find out nothing in this game makes any damn sense. The areas you explore, the people you talk to, nothing has normality in the slightest. The NPCs you talk to look somewhat normal. I actually really like this 2D sprite and 3D art style this game is going for, and then when you actually talk to them, it's nothing but complete gibberish. Every single NPC you speak to in the game talks in gibberish. They don't point you in a direction to go, they don't give you hints, sometimes they'll just cuss you up because they can. None of these guys can help you in any way. The best thing the NPCs are for is actually killing them to give you meat to keep your stamina up. They give you flavor text, and then you make them a flavor. That sounded better in my head. So if the NPCs aren't helping you, what is the goal then? Well, there is no goal. This game has no goal, besides collecting goblets. This is basically a huge playground for you to explore. Well, not so much a playground as much as it is a giant maze with no end. What you're playing this game for is to see all the different locations you can visit and what weird-ass characters inhabit it. You can go in a random door and end up in a completely new area with a completely different theme. You can fall off the map and it doesn't kill you, it just teleports you to a new area. You're not really trying to find a finish line, you're trying to see as much as you can. And it is kind of fun experimenting and exploring and seeing what you can find. You can go from Pee-wee's Blacktown and end up in a suburban city where a murder was just committed. It's off the walls. Really, the goblets are just stringing you along on where to go, because other than that, they serve no other purpose. They're just there to collect. In fact, they're so disposable, whenever you load up a save file, your entire goblet counter is reset to 0. So unless you're playing this in one go, the goblets serve no other purpose. Speaking of serving no purpose, there are these weird symbols at the top right that are flashing constantly. What the hell are these supposed to be? Well, you get a hieroglyph translator with the download, and these are apparently supposed to be your character speaking. And you can decode what he's saying with this. Our main character must have been a bobcat in his previous life because he never stops talking throughout the entire game. These are coming on all the time, non-stop. You do manage to get used to it after a while, but this entire concept of your character's language needing to be translated is borderline experimental. Yes, insightful words of wisdom like Dario, Shouting Bird, and Crocus. This is a lot of effort for something that just means nothing at the end of the day. While we're at it, there's also a bestiary and a chapter book that the game wants you to constantly refer to. The most baffling thing here, though, is the manual, which mentions stuff like getting a blood test and spinning your goblets at stores, or buying a house. None of this is in the game. Yeah, there are shops, but you can't buy anything. There's nothing to buy. There is no currency, and there are no houses up for sale. This game would just flat out lie to you at points. Like here, it says you can look around with the right mouse button. Yep, I'm trying it. I'm trying. Nothing's working. The game just loves to screw with you. This is just the dev having a laugh. My biggest gripe with this game is not the confusing exploration. That's probably the best part about it. How every level has multiple places you can go depending on how you exit it. The biggest problem is the combat. The combat isn't hard in itself, like at all. You only have one attack and every enemy basically dies in one hit. The problem with it is, as demonstrated when I first started, when you enter a new area, every enemy in the area immediately knows where you are and starts booking it towards your location. You'll be walking around just fine 1 minute, and the next thing you know, you are surrounded by enemies and they drain all your health in a few seconds. That run is over. Hope your last save wasn't too long ago. I played this game for a few hours, and I feel like I only scratched the surface of it. There is no real end goal other than just sightseeing, and there's also a bunch of drawings coming to kill you. You don't know what you're going to find next, and people have attempted, keyword, attempted to map this game out, but that just sort of ruins the mystique. Best way to play this game is completely blind and go nuts with it. Just don't expect to be told anything directly. That's a fool's errand. Have fun gobbling on Goblet's Grotto. When you start up a game, what do you usually get? So splash screens with the companies that made it, the engines it used, and usually the title screen. That's been the standard for decades. Well, how about a game that, when you start it up, it just drops you in the game? No titles, no logos, no nothing. That's how the game starts. You have no clear objective, just figure it out on your own. This is Funny Pizza Land. You were given no direction, no goal. You are free to roam this earth and do whatever you please. This is the opposite of hand-holding. This is dropping a toddler in the woods and telling them to find their own way out. So you play as this weird pizza face guy, and you just explore. Unlike Goblet Grotto, which give you the illusion of an end goal, this game tells you literally nothing. You are on your own. Throughout the whole game, our titular hero is asserting his dominance by T-posing, and he never breaks this stance. Now my goal is just to find something to do. All you can really do is walk and see what you can find. You walk, and you walk, and you walk. It's a pizzeria. Can I go in? Okay, I guess not. I see this other place. Can I go in? Oh, come on, let me in. I'm a nice guy. Just look at me. Come on, just let me in. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I should have done that. I come up to this guy, and he wants sausage. So, my first real objective. Find some sausage. I explore a bit more, and eventually, I find myself roadblocked. I can't go anywhere else but this hedge maze, and I can't seem to get in. You can press the spacebar to interact with this icon. I did this before, but it's very finicky. I tried spamming it as much as possible. I tried motorboating these suggestive looking rocks for like 3 minutes straight, but no luck. Until finally, I go up near the gate, and now it opens. I walk past these gormless rockmen and eventually get roadblocked yet again. Now the gate is closed, and the switch, or whatever it is on the other side of the damn hedge maze. It was already finicky before, but now I have to go back and forth to see if I open the gate. Spend a good 10 minutes here until I finally walk up to the gate and hit spacebar. Oh, now it works! This game just has this eerie vibe to it. The music, the sound effects, it always feels like there's something just watching you around the corner. You just go along with whatever it throws at you. You eventually get a hold of a key, and now you can drive the pizza car. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. You can use it to jump this gap and end up in some sewer, and oh look, there's the sausage the guy wanted. You grab it, head back, and give the guy the sewer sausage, and now we're at some sort of moat. Oh, no. Is this a platforming section? I have to do platforming with tank controls? Oh, and by the way, you want to know what the key is to jump? The home key. You jump with the home key. I'm gonna give myself carpal tunnel playing this damn thing. I was surprisingly able to do it on my first try, and I come up here and see this guy going back and forth. Can't interact with him, but I see a button on the wall, so let's push it. We can go back, and now this drawbridge is down. Oh, that's a fun noise. That's a real fun noise. I won't get sick of that. My goal is now to find the source of that noise and stomp it out. You climb some stairs, hit a button, and then, oh well, I guess that dude that was in the cage is free. You head back out. Now the area is completely changed. I'll walk into a forest and... What? Where the hell am I? I'm in a bedroom now? And, yep, this is it. This is the end. You can't escape from this room. Game's over. That was about an hour of me basically going in a trance while playing this. What the hell did I just experience? So, it turns out, there were cutscenes for the game that were supposed to play, but for some reason, just didn't for me. And they sort of tie stuff together, a big emphasis on sort of, because they still make no sense whatsoever. There's talk about the big media monster and these weird... I can't explain it. There's no point in explaining this. This is just weird for the sake of being weird. Just watch this and try to make sense of it. This game's existence is a complete mystery. Nobody knows why it exists, what it's supposed to mean, or when it was even made. All the files in the game say it was made in 2002, but there does not exist any conclusive evidence it was made around that time, so there's a possibility that it was made to look like a game from 2002, somewhere in the 2010s, but no one knows for sure. The only thing we know for sure, this game makes no sense whatsoever. A sequel was actually made very recently in a very different style, but you can only catch lightning in a bottle once. There is only one true funny Pizza Land, and it can never be recreated. Go check it out on Steam. One of the best things about the early 2000s internet was Flash games. There was a huge boom of Flash games during that era, all these small and unknown devs making these fun little games for completely free just to entertain people online. This was really the seed for indie game development. A lot of small-time devs got started here. What do you think Binding of Isaac got its start as? So yeah, this was a stepping stone for a lot of developers back in the day, but we're going to focus on one in particular, a dev known as Jazzuo. Jazzuo was a little-known Flash game developer from the Czech Republic, and was actually very influential in the scene. He made well over 50 Flash games back in the day, and they were spread across a whole variety of genres. There were shooting games, games where you purposely crash cars, samurai games. This man pumped out a ton of little fun games back in the day and created a name for himself. Some of his most popular games were the Star Wars games that were cheekily named Episode 7, beating Disney to the punch 10 years earlier. But by far his most popular and well-known game is a little game called Sexy Hiking. Now, I can't say that word too many times because YouTube will have my head, so I gotta be crafty with this. Now, what do you think a game with that title is about? Well, I'll let you watch and tell me. Does this look familiar to you? If you know about popular streamer-made games, this might look extremely familiar to you. This game was the clear inspiration for the game Getting Over It, with Benefati. Like, the resemblance is undeniable, and this was made all the way back in 2002, 15 years beforehand. Just because this is Getting Over It in its most primitive state does not mean it's any easier. No, you're not climbing a huge mountain, you're not going to fall miles and miles and lose hours, maybe even days of progress, but it's still difficult. It's a level-by-level basis here, and it takes full advantage of that to make them as difficult as possible. I played for about an hour or two. I couldn't make it past the first wall in level 2. That and the fact that since this is 2002, the physics weren't quite what they are now, and the game couldn't handle the epic strats I was tempted to pull off. Nah, that's a lie. I just suck. It's not a very long game either. It's only about 5 levels long, but you can bet it's going to make them feel like the longest 5 levels in your life. I have no clue why this game is named what it is. I'm not feeling anything from this other than negative emotions. It was a very popular Flash game back in the day, and then Furday came and took it and expanded upon it greatly, which gave us that game everyone played in 2017 and took 5 years off their life. This game has enough popularity where people have made mods of it, even harder versions of the game for people to play, so if you're a glutton for punishment, there's that, and of course they found ways to import the levels into Getting Over It, and there's a Friday Not Funkin' mod. But at this point, everything has a Friday Not Funkin' mod, so that doesn't surprise me. There's also a small but dedicated speedrunning community for it. I mean, the game is basically perfect for speedrunning, so that also isn't a shocker. The legacy this game has left behind can still be felt to this very day. Jazzuo is now retired, probably living a comfortable life, just seeing the fruits of his labor blossom. He can now watch people flail around and get angry at his game, or a game inspired by his game, and just enjoy the show. I mean, after you make dozens and dozens of quirky little games, one of them is bound to stick, and one of them did just that. Here's to Jazzuo, his Flash games, and streamer overreactions. One of the most well-known indie game stereotypes is the pretentious walking sim. The games that have very little gameplay, but are made to make you feel something. You don't see them too often anymore, but in the mid-2010s, they were everywhere. There were a whole slew of games where the goal was just to walk and see a story unfold. Stuff like Dear Esther, What Remains of Edith Finch, Firewatch, and probably the game that kickstarted the entire genre, Gone Home. You saw a few of these get tons of attention every year in the 2010s. Big YouTubers would play them or talk about them. These walking sims, while popular, were also very easy to dunk on to make fun of, especially since a lot of the time they were attempting to tug at your heartstrings. People would call them corny or pretentious, and how they barely qualify as games as you're just walking around and seeing things happen. And onto the fact the quality of some of these could definitely be put into question. Now, me personally, I like my games to have way more engagement in them than this, but I do believe there should exist a market for these games out there for people who do enjoy them. But let's face it, if you watch a YouTuber play the game instead, you are basically getting the exact same experience you would if you played it yourself. You're just not the one controlling the glorified cursor. But if you like playing these yourself, more power to you. Due to how prevalent these were in the 2010s, we got some games that came out to parody them in their style, most notably the Stanley Parable, in my opinion the best walking sim to ever exist. But we're not talking about that today, we're talking about a game that is way more obscure. It's called The Museum of Dead Wifery. What can you even expect from a game called that? I don't know what I was expecting, but it certainly isn't what we actually got. There are very little videos on this game with barely any views. With a name like that, I can only imagine why, so I think it is my honor to introduce this game to a wide audience. When you walk in, this is the first thing you're greeted with: a MILF. The game is exactly what it says. It's a museum, so the entire game is just you walking around the place, looking at all the exhibits. Only thing you can do is walk and click on things. It's got some fun physics on it though. Oh boy, I always wanted to cause property damage! So what is this museum about? Well, the name sort of gives it away, but not really. It's not really about a dead wife, but instead it's a fictional game developer who made a game about his dead wife, who then proceeded to explode onto the scene and became famous for his game. And the entire museum is dedicated to his life and the exploits afterwards. So the game pulls you in, expecting to be some schlocky museum about a deceased loved one, but it's actually one big joke. The museum keeps going on to show how he would exploit this one game he made, even making a free-to-play version so you could spend money to not have more wives die. Oh, Damn, is that his wife? Holy shit, she's jacked! Can she be my wife? The entire game is just you going through this museum and looking at the timeline of this guy's life and history. His parents didn't support him playing games, he was picked on a lot, the usual. The art style in this, for some reason, is so alluring. It uses all sorts of mediums and just slams them all together. The portraits and characters are all these stylized 2D sprites, but then the other museum visitors are all stock photos moving around. And then for some of the exhibits, it uses these deformed 3D models. You can just enjoy the aesthetic of all the different areas to your heart's content. Wait, what is this? What is going on here? Okay, why do these baby animatronics have childbearing hips? Look at these things, Jesus Christ! The strangest thing of all, you can walk past this NPC and enter a secret-ish area, and there's the man of the hour watching an episode of the TV show Passions. And this is, actually, an entire episode of the show. You can sit here and watch it in full. Does it count as piracy if it's in the game I downloaded? Hey, it's an in-game mechanic, you can't get onto me for it. I'm just doing what the game allows. In the sea of walking sims, this one is done for purely laughs and tries to be creative. This is a fun little romp you can beat in a little under an hour. But there's also a secret objective. You can collect these hidden coins, and when you get them all, you get an extra hour in the ball pit. The game is pretty decent for what it is. I mean, I had my fun with it, and you should too. Go have fun with the museum about a dead wife. In 1998, the world was introduced to LSG Dream Emulator, which I would say is probably the most well-known weird experimental game in the gaming industry. Nothing quite like it has come out before or since, and people have tried, oh they've tried, but you can't really make anything like this game. It was based on a Japanese man's dreams, and dreams are just inherently weird and make no sense. The low polygonal graphics and empty worlds just add to the strangeness. This was a one-time deal. Nothing else can really come close to it and pull it off in the way it did. But I would argue one game made by a single guy in 2007 did, and it was called Revenge of the Sunfish. All the games beforehand had some sort of structure to them. You had a basic grasp on what the game was, how it played, and the mechanics. Revenge of the Sunfish tosses all of that out the window. Revenge of the Sunfish is one of the most unhinged, batshit crazy games I've ever played. The next time one of your friends talks about how weird and quirky them and their interests are, send them this and see how they take it. They ain't seen nothing. The game has you play as a guy that can throw a knife to hit a lever and then... Wait, what? What? What the hell? Oh, no, this is happening. Oh, it's time for... Oh, what the hell? The entire game is like this. Every 5 seconds, the game changes into something else. Every time you move to a new screen, you change into a completely different character with a completely different set of mechanics to work with. No rhyme or reason for anything. Stuff just happens. All the challenge of the game comes from just trying to comprehend what the hell you're looking at and what the mechanics are. You get no feedback if you're doing something right or wrong, and things will change in the blink of an eye. There were times where the format changed so fast in the span of 5 seconds, I was legit suffering from sensory overload. It looks like my computer was struggling even keeping up with what was going on. I played the last few games just fine, but no, it can't handle Revenge of the Sunfish for some reason. If you lose a section of the game doesn't care, it moves you to a completely different one. None of these are connected in any way whatsoever. And remind you, the main villains are supposed to be sunfish. There aren't any sunfish in any of these. It'll go from a platformer to a shooter to a quiz show to see which animal is the cutest. I don't know, this will... Oh, God! You go from eating dirt in one to Filleting your keyboard? Oh god, oh no, take it away! Think of the advertising! You see all these YouTubers making hour-long analysis videos on Dark Souls and Fallout or Elder Scrolls. I would love to see a YouTuber just take a shot and try analyzing this. It would be a sight to see. You can't analyze this. You can only experience it for yourself. LSD Dream Emulator was based on a man's dreams. What was this based on? What was the inspiration? This game is like if you gave a 7-year-old MS Paint in a game-making software, gave him every psychedelic drug in existence, and see what the end result was. All this madness, all this craziness, and yet the final level of the game is relatively tame. It's a platforming segment in a castle, and you just have to get to the end. And at the very end, you meet a mad scientist who gets crushed by a giant robot sunfish, and only now do sunfish come back into play now, and now you get to fight the final boss. You push it off the edge, and you win. What the hell did I just experience? This is a game you just experience for yourself. You cannot put into words what this game is. You can try, and I've tried, but it must be played by yourself to truly understand. This is the final boss of weird experimental indie games, and 16 years later, no one has ever been able to come close to it. Revenge of the Sunfish must be experienced by anyone who is willing. Come and play with the fishies. Well, I don't think we're topping that one, so it's about time we wrap things up. Like I said at the start, anyone can be an indie dev now. We have a ton of tools and engines available. Anyone can make the game they want to. If someone wants to make another quirky Earthbound smart RPG about depression, they can. If they want to make another Souls-like, roguelike looter shooter, they can. If they want to make an absolute acid trip that makes no sense whatsoever, they can. It's all possible. This is probably the best part about modern gaming. Anyone being able to make the game they want, budget and time constraints be damned. Here's to the future of indie games. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. And the only thing that matters is that Pizza Tower won the Indie Game of the Year in your heart.
The Game Award goes to... Cocoon!
Oh, correct the bloom and then it will really look next gen. This man truly is a fucking genius. Nintendo, hire this man. Nintendo, hire this man. He's using Unreal Engine in any way he can.
If you're interested in the stuff that I'm interested in, like spooky games and mysteries, then you've probably come across the elusive LSD Dream Emulator. This game has taken the internet by storm recently for its complex nature and intrigue, and I'm super excited to talk about it today. Hopefully you're familiar with the general structure of this trippy walking simulator, but if not, you're still going to enjoy this video.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Seabutter, and you're either returning to my channel for yet another iceberg chart deep dive, or you're brand new, and if so, welcome. Today, I'm going to be covering the largest ever LSD Dream Emulator iceberg. We've got over 140 entries to get into today, so I hope that you stick along for the entire video. This has been a really fun one to make. If you enjoy it, consider subscribing to my small channel to be a part of more deep dives just like this one. I really appreciate it. I also want to take the time to thank you/Menderman, who made this iceberg. This is their third iteration of it, so this is the most entries that you've ever seen before. We've got a ton to cover.
Before I actually get into the entries of this iceberg, I want to explain the bare bones of LSD Dream Emulator. Regardless of how much you know about this game, I think a teeny bit of context will be helpful for this video. LSD Dream Emulator is an exploration game with little to no objectives. It came out in 1998, and most of the setting for the game was based off of the dream journal of an employee at Asmic Ace Interactive. The idea for the game came from an artist named Osamu Sato, who thought video games could be an avenue for contemporary art. Thus, it's basically a walking simulator where you navigate dreams, which are essentially levels that are about 10 minutes long. Touching an object or a tunnel, for example, will warp you to a new area. The areas themselves are static environments, but textures are occasionally swapped out. Levels end when you automatically wake up from your dream, or when you interact with an object that wakes you up early, or also if you die. Curiously, at the end of every dream, a day is marked as completed and your dream is graphed on a chart, with the axes showing upper, downer, static, or dynamic. These impact the textures that you have, and they represent the 4 main texture types in the game. The more and more dreams you play, the more the game changes, getting weirder and weirder. After a certain amount of dreams pass, you unlock a flashback option, which allows you to replay some of your recent dreams in an abbreviated form. There are 2 main types of days, A and B days, which each have subtypes, and they seem to command some of the texture and NPC rules, though again, to a degree that's not fully understood.
Did you get all that? If it confused you, don't worry, it confused me too. But these mysteries are going to be more interesting now that you have a little bit of LSD literacy. Now it's time for level 1.
Rarest PS1 game. While LSD Dream Emulator is certainly not the most expensive PS1 game out there, it's definitely one of the pricier ones. Before this game had a spike in popularity recently, a copy would run you like $300, but now it's around upwards of double that. For that reason, very few people are out playing this game on original hardware, which contributes to its mysterious nature on the internet. Spy, Gray Man. I'm so glad we get to look right at this entry. The Gray Man is one of the most well-known entities that you may encounter during your playthrough of LSD. The Gray Man appears on B-type days, right in front of you. When he does, he'll begin slowly moving towards you. On days where you encounter him, he may teleport around and appear more than once. Now this character is very, very strange. He looks like a man in a trench coat and fedora, or perhaps a traditional Asian hat, and he has no animations whatsoever, giving him a ghastly look. It appears that he's just floating right towards you. Like much about this game, we don't understand his spawn mechanics that well, and the community has experimented themselves to try and get an idea of how he works. His nickname, Spy, comes from his file name, which is symspy.mom. Now, besides the fact that his encounter is creepy, what's the deal with this character right here? Well, we do know that interacting with him by running into him can delete your saved flashback data. That, compiled with his startling nature, lends towards him being an antagonist, perhaps even the main enemy of the game. He coerces players into exploring the world a bit more carefully, modifying your playstyle with the knowledge that he can appear anywhere and block your path. There are a lot of crazy theories about this guy, like the idea that he may represent a rapist or a murderer, or someone who otherwise inflicted a great trauma on the character that he must face. He also could represent a stage of hypnagogia, a level of sleep deprivation where you get to the point of hallucinating evil entities. He'll be fairly important throughout this video, and we're going to come back to him multiple times. Bright Moon Apartment. The Bright Moon Apartment, or cottage, is a very notable location in the game, as it's where you'll begin the game on day 1. It consists of 4 floors, the first being a bar, and the next 3 containing sets of cubicles. It may seem like one of the more relatively normal areas of the game, but that's not true one bit, as entities can spawn here, such as the dying woman who may appear bedridden on B-type days. Another thing about this location is that it may have been inspired by the Meijitsu-so apartment in Hiroko Nishikawa's Dream Diary, a source of inspiration for the game that we'll mention again later on. Giant Baby. One of the more well-known and, unsurprisingly, ridiculous entities in LSD Dream Emulator is the Giant Baby Head. Now, it's very critical that you don't confuse this with the Giant Head, because these are 2 separate but equally stupid things you may come across. This guy likes to spawn in Kyoto around walls, and if that wasn't strange enough, approaching him will make him open his mouth, revealing a kanji character, which will then fly away into the sky. Depending on the texture of your dream, and we'll explain what that means later, don't worry, the kanji will either read East, Beguilement, Kyoto, or Star. Doubleface. Doubleface is another entity in the game which appears to be a double-sided human face with black eyes sporting limbs. Now you may think this is just a texture that only faces forward, but no, there's actually a different orientation of the limbs from the back showing that Doubleface really does have 2 faces. These creatures spawn in and around Bright Moon Cottage and disappear after about 30 seconds. Depending on where they spawn, they'll have slightly different behaviors, leading the community to giving them nicknames such as Bartender, Careful One, or Coward. Weird textures. This entry is beyond open-ended. What isn't weird about this game? I guess the best way to tackle this entry is to explain the texture cycle. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 different types of textures that can spawn on each object: the normal or static textures, the dynamic or kanji textures, the downer or evil textures, and the upper or sexual textures. The texture cycle is for 40 days, and after 10 days of each, the type of textures you'll get will switch in the order that I described, leading to increasingly weird situations. On top of that, you may actually encounter glitched textures, which to our knowledge at least are legitimate errors that occur when the game fails to change a texture after you link to a new location, and isn't a texture type in and of itself. Loud footsteps. Footsteps in the game can be kind of annoying as they're extremely loud and it's a shared complaint amongst players. Let's take a quick listen. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Violence District. The Violence District, also known as the City or Violence Road, is an urban location in the dreamscape. It's stuck in a constant state of darkness, and evidence of crime litters the streets, from bodies to bullet holes. Interacting with entities here seems to have a negative dream effect, as players frequently find that the ending of their dream here leads to a downer rating. It's very likely that this location is based off a story in the Dream Journal titled A Violent Town, A Headless Man, which is a story about a guy who is half decapitated and searches for the person who attacked him. There's a lot of interesting entities and weird details about this map, like how you can occasionally spawn on a building and after moving in literally any direction, either plummet to your death or somehow land gently. We're going to look at this level a lot more as the video progresses. Gunman. The gunman is an entity who could spawn in warehouses in, you guessed it, the Violence District. If you breach his line of sight, he'll ignore you, but if you get too up close and personal, he'll shoot at you. You'll collapse, either dying or teleporting to the clockwork machines. He's a strange character for sure, mysteriously walking about and just shooting at people. The developers were on drugs. This is a pretty common joke in the community. Obviously the title is, at least partially, a reference to the drug LSD. And with the zany things that come out of this game, is it possible that the developers were using LSD themselves? Or at least some drugs? Well, no. There's no evidence to suggest that whatsoever, but it's just something people like to say. There are other things that LSD stands for in this game, like Link, Speed, Dream, but it's fairly obvious what it's trying to reference, at least in some manner. Increasingly weirder dreams. One thing I mentioned earlier was how as the day cycle progresses, the game will add textures that you hadn't seen before. That said, based on how you look at it, the dreams get weirder and weirder as you go, on top of the fact that the more you play this game, the more you see, and the more rare encounters you may have. But yeah, here's a texture from an early phase of the cycle, and that same area with a swap texture from later on. It's a lot weirder, for sure. LSD DE Creepypasta. As you can imagine, this game has generated a creepypasta. In my opinion, it's very cringy, sticking to the finding a corrupted copy of the game trope. You can read about it on the creepypasta fandom if you're so inclined. It basically just talks about a guy finding a broken version of the game and encountering the Gray Man, who makes the game's textures horrible and full of violent imagery, then gets linked to a website full of Japanese text, and after getting his Japanese friend to read it, the guy promptly flies to Japan and murders somebody. It's literally ridiculous. LSD and Remixes. LSD and Remixes is an official album associated with the game that was released with the Dream Journal. It contains some tracks from the game and some remixes from a previous album by Osamu Sato as well. If you want to listen to it, you can find it on YouTube pretty easily. Water texture. Water textures are a tad off in LSD Dream Emulator. They sort of look like a clear thing with speckles all over it, but they can change depending on the current texture being used. Entities interact with water in strange ways. Some entities just float on top of it, ignoring it like it's a chunk of land, but there are also things like shark fins which go over the water and some other entities that populate it. That's all there is for this entry. Linking. We've touched on this a couple times so far in passing, but linking is a method of transportation throughout the world of LSD Dream Emulator. It's basically teleportation. There are dynamic links, which seem random but are actually calculated. They sort of occur when you collide with a wall. Then there are static links, which can occur when you encounter special objects in the game. Finally, there's a much rarer form of link called a local link, which just moves you to a different spot in your current map. Linking is pretty interesting because with a game as seemingly random as this, learning what objects send you where can kind of point us in the right direction when theorizing about the role of objects or entities, or really just lore behind this game. It's a topic that we'll reference very frequently throughout this video. Come On And. Come On And is a track from the game and also the main theme song, appearing in some trailers and on the official soundtrack release. It's a banger, I guess. A banger full of screams. Interestingly, it doesn't appear in the game itself, except for a heavily edited version at the very end, which I'll talk about later. Osamu Sato. Osamu Sato is the mastermind behind this whole game. He's a photographer, composer, and digital artist who has created all sorts of works in his time, many of which included video games, 7 to be specific. All of which are weird, though perhaps not as weird or infamous as LSD. Bits of info about him will be mentioned frequently throughout this video, but the basic rundown of his contributions to this game is that he believed games could be an art medium and didn't require traditional objectives. The idea from this game was born out of his disdain for racing games because he wasn't good at them, so he imagined himself driving through a wall in a racing game and transporting to another dimension. This strange idea eventually culminated into the teleportation mechanics and the irrational worlds featured in LSD. After meeting an employee at Ace McAce Entertainment when he learned of her dream journal, he used it to inspire the features in this work. Ghost women. Another creepy entity you may run into in the Violence District are ghost women. If you run into her, one of two things will happen. She'll either teleport away, or her head will just fall off, forcing a link to Happy Town.
This is how we know they're ghosts and not just, regular women. Although regular women are quite scary in and of themselves.
Dying woman. We've got ghost women, but what about dying women? Well, LSD has that too. On the 3rd floor of the Bright Moon Cottage, you can encounter a woman appearing to be close to her final moments in bed. And boy, is this entity terrifying. Why exactly is that? Well, as the days pass, the woman will slowly flicker from alive to dead, eventually just appearing as a corpse. Then, she'll disappear from the bed entirely. After another amount of time, she'll come back from the dead, first spawning as a corpse again and then finally coming back to life. The cycle then repeats. It's a really, really weird thing even for this game. The alternate textures for her character model are also, in my opinion, some of the creepiest in the whole game. Father and daughter. On a small island in the natural world, you can encounter 2 people who are presumably a father and a daughter. You can't interact with them, but you can link with the tree behind them, and occasionally a demon creature can link with you while you're crossing the bridge to get to them. I can't believe I just read that sentence. Their alternate textures are pretty creepy as well. Lovely Sweet Dream. So remember that dream journal mentioned earlier, which gave Osamu Sato inspiration for much of this game? Well, its full name is Lovely Sweet Dream, which you might notice starts with the letters LSD. A full release of this dream journal actually came out in Japan, and you can read the full contents online, provided, of course, that you understand Japanese. LSD Revamped. LSD Revamped is a fan-made remake of LSD created by a community member named Figglewatts. It's a pretty awesome way to play the game, and it has an active community as well. I encourage you to check it out if you want to experience LSD because it's a whole lot easier than emulating the game, and it runs much smoother. Japanese PSN re-release. LSD was re-released onto the PSN store and made available for the PS3 and PSP, but sadly only in Japan. This happened in 2010, and you can actually get this release to work nowadays. This is the only ever other official release of this game, and honestly, it's probably the only one we can ever expect. Day 365 and the ending. In a game with no objectives, and depending on your perspective, no antagonists, how do you win? How does the game end? That's a tough question to answer, and it is up for debate, but the best idea we have right now is making it to day 365. When day 365 ends, a cutscene will play, which we'll watch right here. This is what most people consider to be the ending of the game, and in speedruns for the game, this is usually what people shoot for. Also, the file for this cutscene is actually called ending.str, and it's the only thing of its kind referenced like that in the game. The cutscene itself is really strange, but it actually resembles a Hatsume, a dream that, in Japanese culture, occurs at the turn of the new year and signifies good luck. In this cutscene, and in traditional representations of the Hatsume, you'll frequently see Mount Fiji, a hawk, and an eggplant, all of which appear in this end cutscene. This is an interesting bit of trivia because it goes to show that so much of this game appears random, but perhaps it isn't, because these strange objects do have actual cultural significance. And this may be grasping at straws, but I think it's some potential evidence that there's more to this game than what it seems. LSD Dream Emulator Wiki. The LSD Dream Emulator Wiki is, you guessed it, the official wiki for the game.
It's also my new best friend because it got me through so much of this iceberg script.
I recommend checking it out as you play through the game because it's insanely informative. Natural World Maps. Curiously, in the natural world, you could find 3 big maps. They don't perfectly correspond to the world, but they do make a teeny bit of sense. It sort of places some of the landmarks and waterways correctly. There's also a fan theory that the orientation of the map, which shows the peaceful lands to the east and the violence district to the west, may potentially relate to Japan and the United States, but that's a very loose theory. The textures change a bit depending on what textures you have activated at that moment, and perhaps most strangely is that the map is on a TV, not an actual printed map. Alternate cover art. If you're one of the lucky few who manage to have an actual copy of this game, it comes with a lot of cool inserts, including alternate cover art. This was done a lot more frequently in the PS1 era than today, but the practice is something you see pretty often in gaming. That said, the art is pretty cool. Flashback. Flashbacks are an element of this game mentioned in the introduction, but basically, after you complete an unknown amount of events or encounters, like linking and touching special objects, you have the option to view a flashback. This usually occurs around the day 20 or 30 mark, but depending on how you play, it may come earlier or later. This is basically a slideshow of quote-unquote memorable moments selected by the game that you'll see in a dream within a dream-like haze. There's sort of a filter over these moments, with it being theorized that positive events look blue and negative events look red. It's a super strange mechanic on the whole. As mentioned, if you run into the Gray Man, he'll actually rob you of these stored memories and reset the progress to unlocking the flashback mechanic again. Moonlight Tower Dreams. Moonlight Tower is an area in the dreamscape where your dreams may begin, or that you can link to. And boy, is it weird. For some reason, when your dream starts at the Moonlight Tower, it's always shorter than usual. There's also a pretty interesting entity here, that being the Minotaur. It's a strange place for sure. Glitch textures. As mentioned, textures can glitch outside of their 4 normal possibilities and look even wackier than expected. One of my personal favorites is the giant baby head showing up with all of its facial features removed. Besides the textures glitching out like this, items can sometimes appear invisible. And also, on rare occasions, textures can blend into one another. These glitches are, surprisingly, a lot more prevalent on emulators of the game. Dream Chart Video Event. I believe this is referring to a phenomenon where if you manage to cover the nose, eyes, and some other specific cells in the dream chart, essentially meaning that you got a few specific dreams in a row, a long playlist of videos will play. As you can imagine, this is pretty difficult to trigger. Linen. Although we don't know its official name or purpose, Linen is what many in the community refer to this creature, appearing all over LSD promotional material, and also on the main cover. He shows up in a ton of artwork by Sato, including more modern works. Occasionally, Linen actually appears in the game, and honestly just appears like a creature that Sato likes to draw. Even though we've never heard an explanation from Sato about Linen, we suppose this is his name because Sato's record label is called Linen Records. LSD meaning. Obviously, LSD sort of refers to the drug, but there's also good evidence it means other things because there are different meanings hanging around in different startup videos with different acronyms too. Here are a couple of these meanings.
Link Speed Dream, Lovely Sweet Dream, Lucy in the Sky with Dynamites, In Limbo Silent Dream, In Life Sensuous Dream, In Logic the Symbolic Dream, In Leisure the Sonorous Dream, In Laughter the Spiritual Dream, In Lunacy the Savage Dream, In Linking the Sapient Dream. So take from that what you will.
Violence District Random Stretching. Stretching is a strange phenomenon in LSD, which essentially means that objects or entire areas just stretch upwards, getting extremely tall. There's a video of this phenomenon happening specifically in the Violence District, which looks very strange. Non-solid water in the natural world. Plenty of water in LSD Dream Emulator, coming from the rivers in the natural world, can just be walked straight through. Not swam through, but just walked on through like this. Lucy in the Sky with Dynamites. Very, very strangely, copies of the limited edition of LSD Dream Emulator came with a separate, bright-colored CD that contained a 1-hour-long track, the music of which is completely independent from the game. It's just a random hour-long track masterminded by Sato, but with some other people credited as well, titled Lucy in the Sky with Dynamites. It's just another piece of art, I guess? Uboa on the TV. In Bright Moon Cottage, the TV is a really, really unique object. It displays violent and creepy imagery, but when you interact with it, you can change aspects of your dream. One of the faces on this TV looks a lot like Uboa, a character from the game Yumi Nikki. Now this doesn't mean much, it's just a coincidence. However, it is known that the creator of Yumi Nikki, Kikiyama, which is a pseudonym by the way, played LSD Dream Emulator, which based on this interview response, possibly inspired some bits of Yumi Nikki. So could this character design have come from the creature that we see in the television? It's possible. Kyoto Buddha connections. In the Kyoto area, you'll encounter these Buddha statues that just move in a straight line. If you connect with them, you'll be linked to the pit and temple, this strange area, and people have speculated that there's a connection between the Buddha statues and the faces displayed on this temple, which don't quite line up with real-life Buddhist imagery, but are similar enough in terms of material and themes, I guess. There's gotta be a connection here, given that you always link to this spot when you touch the Buddhas, but what that connection is, we aren't certain. Some Ordinary Gamers Let's Play. You may be familiar with Mudahar's channel, Some Ordinary Gamers. He's a pretty entertaining creator in my opinion. Back in 2014 and 2015, Mudahar uploaded some gameplay with commentary of this game. It's kind of fun to watch, his mic quality is terrible, and it's a cool glimpse into the past of a well-known and established creator, but yeah, it's basically just an LSD playthrough. Muscle Trainer. Muscle Trainer is a tool developed by a user named ConfuseMe, which basically allows you to teleport yourself around the map in LSD when playing on an emulator. You can only teleport to locations that have been loaded though, as if you go too far from your current position, the game will just crash. It's one of the many hacking tools that we'll discuss in this video. Happy Town Messages and Art. Happy Town is another location in the game known for its strange geometric drawings, which feature faces and patterns amongst other things. Some of these patterns reveal secret messages when looked at from the right angle, which are usually just short word blips saying things like LSD, sex, sky, and happy. Alien theory. So aliens are a big theme in LSD. Frequently you can observe alien spacecraft, and on top of that, the whole environment is obviously alien and strange. The alien theory proposits that you, the player character, are being probed by the aliens, who are experimenting on you and your subconscious, which is why you're experiencing these lucid and strange dreams. Further, it suggests that the Hat Man is a representation of this effect, as men in black are often titled to aliens in popular culture, where sometimes aliens come to Earth hiding in this trenchcoat and hat outfit, possibly explaining the nature of the Gray Man. In all honesty, this theory, and many like it, aren't definitive in the slightest, they just absorb some of the themes present in the game. There's no way to tell if this game is an alien simulation, but there is a lot of credence to the idea that the alien theme is represented here, especially given that the Gray Man erases your memories. Flesh tunnels represent the womb. I wouldn't even call this a theory as much as it is an observation. The flesh tunnels are an area in this game which when mapped out reveal themselves to be laid out like a uterus. If that wasn't obvious enough, the largest room in the flesh tunnels contained fetuses, so I'd say it's pretty clear that this area is a representation of the womb. For what thematic purpose though, who knows? And yeah, there's also some sumo wrestlers here. Makes sense, right? Set, text, or video dream days. On some days, your dream won't be actual gameplay when you walk around. On specific days, your dream will either be a text or a video that plays. Text dreams show white kanji over a black background, which simply read a strange observation or poem. These are designed to represent dreams from the dream journal, I suppose, and they actually have some sort of narrative, albeit strange ones. I'll read one of these off for you.
The next king. Many people have gathered here. From atop these stairs, I look down upon them. A man who has decorated his naked body with black feathers is walking between the people gathered. It's the next king, taking the place of the one who recently died. He proceeds quietly and walks down the stairs.
Further, we have video dreams. In the same vein, you get these in place of gameplay on some days, specifically 2, 7, 14, and 15, for example. And these two are just whatever. You might see sheep, UFOs, people, or the inner mechanisms of a VHS machine. That's just how it goes. OSD 310. OSD, or Outside Directors Company, was a multimedia company founded by Sato in 1998. OSD 310 is their YouTube channel. It is strange to say the least. It contains some LSD-related content, but also random other stuff from Sato's career. There are ads for the game, as well as some songs from it. You can still check out this channel today if you wish. This is not a game. From the start, Sato conceptualized LSD as a form of contemporary art, which merely used the PlayStation as a medium. In his own words, this is not a game. And many people would agree. There are no objectives, there's really no winning, and at the end of the day, this game was never marketed as a game. So you'll hear that phrase used frequently in the community. Texture cycle. I briefly filled y'all in on this before, but as a reminder, the game's textures swap out as you progress through more and more dreams, and eventually you'll rotate between 4 separate texture types: static or normal textures, dynamic or kanji textures, downer or evil textures, and finally upper or sexual textures. So besides looking different, what do these textures signify? Well, the community has presumed that the static textures are normal simply because they make the most sense and come first in your dreams. On days where kanji textures appear, nearly every surface has writing on it. It could either be a single kanji or entire paragraphs of text, all coming from the dream journal. Downer textures are considered evil because they're mostly red and warped. Also, anywhere you would normally see eyes, they grow large and cartoonish. Finally, sexual textures earn their name from the prevalence of lips, faces, and actual Japanese models. It's probably one of the weirdest themes in this game. There's a lot of theorizing about these textures and, in general, what the sexual themes of this game mean, which we'll take a look at later on. Darkening sky. Many of the areas in the dreamscape take place outside where the sky is visible. It's not always clear though, and fog, which changes color, frequently occurs. There are all sorts of colors, some darker than others. There was, at one point, a theory that certain quote-unquote dark things that you could do in the game, such as falling off of a tall spot enough times, would darken the sky, but that's since been disproven. The sky color is set to a specific cycle, and your behavior doesn't influence it in any way. Clockwork Machines Out of Bounds area. The Clockwork Machines area is a very dense, mechanical part of the dreamscape that you can get to pretty easily by linking from the Violence District. Sometimes you'll spawn underneath the machinery where there's no collision data, causing you to fall immediately and end the dream. To the community's knowledge, this is just a glitch with no story implications. This can happen in other spots of the game too, but this is one of the most common areas for this spawning error to happen. Falling through the mountains. Falling is a commonplace mechanic in the game, which causes an animation to play showing your descent and ending the dream. Sometimes though, it's a glitch, like the Clockwork Machines we just talked about, and you just fall through the map and end the dream. This happens in the mountains too, specifically. Rooftop spawn. In the same vein, this entry refers to a phenomenon that can occur in the Violence District. There's a spawn location up here on top of a building, and essentially, your only option is to decide how long you want to stay here before throwing yourself off and ending the dream. To my knowledge though, this isn't a glitch, and is actually an intentional part of the experience. However, a related glitch is that if you descend at the right angle, you can land in the alleyway safely, which appears to be unintentional. However, it's a nice option for those who don't want to end their dream quite yet. Dynamic texture set translations. The dynamic textures, the ones with kanji on them, aren't just nonsense. Okay, well, they are nonsense, but they're intelligible. They're little snippets of dialogue that are perhaps just a phrase or two long. I'll read some of them off for y'all.
Stop ringing. I'm going home. Jingai sent. I'm walking. The ones that do. I didn't buy the videotape. It's not a good idea in front of the station. I love it. There is a nearby road.
Moonlight Tower is in Kyoto. When in Kyoto, you could see the Moonlight Tower from the distance. Further, if you link with this building, you go to Moonlight Tower, suggesting that the Moonlight Tower is a sub-location within Tokyo. This honestly makes sense. Mayday. Mayday is a song by Sato from 1997 that doesn't appear in the official soundtrack for the game, but it does appear in the game. Here's a little snippet. Kyoto Remix NFTs. There are remixes of the soundtrack that are actually sold as NFTs from Sato. I'm not going to play them here because I'm not entirely sure how the rights work, but if you're morbidly curious, you can find the files out there. It's a goofy cash grab, and it shows how people are still taking advantage of this game and the mythology surrounding it years later to make some money. Nanshu. Nanshu is one of the more iconic figures that you can encounter during your playthrough of LSD. It's a floating head that appears on the Sun Bridge. Not a ton is known about this entity, as he doesn't really have a major role in the game, but curiously this wasn't the first appearance of Nanshu. He actually comes from another game by Sato from 1995 called Chu 10. He has a bit more of a fleshed out story in that game, but it's all just kind of gibberish about how he's the gatekeeper of mid-heaven, I don't know. But it is another example of continuity amongst creatures popping up in games by Sato. Potential US localization. So as you know, the game never made its way to the West, at least in the sense that an official localization was never produced in English. There is, however, a fan translation that was announced in 2020, but nothing official. Sato mentioned that he wanted this game to make its way to the US, but apparently he had no say in the marketing decisions like that, and due to its poor sales in Japan, it never had the chance to make its way overseas. LSD Demo Movie 1997. This is the first showcase of the game, presenting renders of locations and some of the entities you might encounter. I won't play the whole thing because surprisingly it's over 6 minutes long. This isn't an actual beta you could play unfortunately, but there are a couple of cool differences that you can note between this version and the final release. The gray man is a bit different, buildings are laid out differently, entities are swapped for others, etc. You can also see what is potentially the player character, which is a fascinating detail, although it's not confirmed if this is actually you. Debug info. In the video we just talked about, you can actually see a debug menu pop up a few times. There's some info that you can glean from this. I personally can't read into it much, but I do think it's funny that they would leave this in the demo video, especially since it was pre-rendered. It's kind of funny. Corrupted music tracks. There are a few music tracks in the game that are coded incorrectly, like the one from the clockwork area where the tempo is set to 0, so it doesn't play correctly. Astronaut Link. There's a giant astronaut floating around Bright Moon Cottage, which also plays trumpet noises. But when you link with him, which is difficult to do because he only lands on rare occasions, he will always take you to the black space. Black space is a strange area in the game which is basically a terrifying void, which sort of makes sense that an astronaut would take you there. However, how does the linking mechanic actually work? Well, like I mentioned, it's rare that you can actually touch the astronaut. Normally he just flies away from the cottage roof, then spawns back at the roof to fly away again. But randomly, he'll approach the ground in what is called the landing event. The landing event is exactly what it sounds like, and while it's unknown how to reliably make it happen, there are a convoluted series of steps that you can take to maximize your chances of getting a landing event. If you link with the gray man and get sent to the cottage, it's more likely that the astronaut will land. However, based on minute differences in the game timer during every playthrough, this method isn't perfect, and it's a good example of the extremely rigid, false randomness of this game. Teleport triggers. You can transport within the dreamscape in some strange ways. Many are fixed, such as approaching this line which merely teleports you to a safe distance. But also during dreams you may encounter a random teleportation, like this.
Never noticed how buggy, the ghost can teleport you as well.
That's gotta be the strangest phenomenon you could encounter frequently. Like, as if this game isn't throwing enough at you, you just randomly teleport to the other side of the map. It's a weird mechanic. Wall clipping. Like many games, there are tons of exploits in this game that originate from clipping through walls, which is actually fairly easy to do in LSD. Using the run and turn buttons in a very specific way, especially near the Moonlight Tower fence, which is currently the thinnest known wall in the game, allows you to wall clip. That's a good place to practice until you get the timing right, because it is difficult to do, but once you're nailing it consistently, you can do this throughout the dreamscape. Stars. There are stars in the night sky that appear rendered only when the moon is also out, but based on the way the textures are rendered, they're nearly impossible to see. It's an interesting detail that was put into the game only to be rendered so terribly that barely anyone notices them. Sleeping while playing LSD. 13 years ago, a YouTuber named 2Guys Gaming uploaded a video titled Sleeping While Playing LSD. It starts with an introduction of him explaining what happened and then shifts to actual gameplay. Basically, what happened is that this guy fell asleep at his computer while working, and while sleeping, started playing LSD and recording it. We'll just let him explain what happened.
So I know none of you guys are probably going to believe me on this, but I've got to show it to you guys because this is completely freaking me out. I mean, absolutely freaking me out. So let me kind of give you the story. I'm at my computer and I'm doing work and I fall asleep. Now, I wake up, and have you guys ever had that feeling where you wake up and you just don't know like where you are or what's going on, kind of a deal? Just your mind is really fuzzy, and that's kind of where I was when I woke up. So I got up and I had to go to the bathroom. So I got up and I go to the bathroom and I check on my wife and daughter who were both asleep. And I grab some chips and I come back in here, and lo and behold, on my computer screen was the LSD window. LSD was playing. I wasn't playing LSD when I fell asleep. Now I know a lot of you guys are going to look at me and think, yeah right, this is just a ploy or this is just a joke, but I'm being as truthful as I can here. I was not playing LSD.
Now, after this, we see him playing the game, and it's fascinating. He nearly never blinks, reacts to anything, or so much as twitches a single muscle in his face. He appears to be in some sort of microsleep or hypnagogic state, basically just walking in one direction or so and linking up with random walls. Eventually in the video, we see him wake up, which is super interesting. Could this be faked? Sure, but what would he have to gain from that? Anyone who sleepwalks or has had some sleeping issues could tell you that something like this is plausible, and it's lucky that we caught this on camera. This incident is super cool. It sort of fits in with the themes of the game too, and this man is potentially the only guy out there who can say he's experienced LSD in this state. Hanged woman chasing. The hanged women are entities you can find alone or in groups in the violence district. Under normal circumstances, they're terrifying as they can just pop out at you and sometimes lock your character, forcing you to link. But under some even stranger circumstances, they'll actually start chasing you, which doesn't happen frequently, but if it does, is terrifying. Strafe or backwards running. When you strafe or walk backwards in LSD, you're able to avoid certain triggers. It's an odd phenomenon, but in my opinion was likely intentional as a method of letting you control a bit of your dream after you figured out this trick. Tokyo Planet. Tokyo Planet is another game created by Osamu Seitu, which came out after LSD. Interestingly, when the baby heads in Kyoto display kanji textures, arranging them in a certain order will spell out Tokyo Planet, potentially alluding to this future game. On top of that, there's music in the Moonlight Tower that shares the same chord progression as the main theme in that game. Now, what's certain is that some elements from LSD made their way into that game, and it's plausible that Osamu Seitu had an idea of what that game would be while he was making LSD, and some of those ideas just snuck in there. But we aren't really sure of all of the details. Floating Lips Heart. Figglewatts, the creator of LSD Revamped, made another really cool program called LSD View, which was basically designed to view models from the game. Strangely, when you look at these floating lips, they emit a heart, which looks different from the game. In the game, you can only see a tiny version of these lips emit a teenier heart that's literally the size of a pixel, so in my opinion, it's likely that the model for these lips is supposed to be emitting a heart, but it's bugged, which is why it only appears in the model viewer. Graph mechanics. This is potentially one of the most difficult things to explain about the game. The dream graph, or dream chart, is a mechanic that seeks to classify your dream after it ends. The basic mechanics that we do understand are that this image, which is of the character Linen, is a chart with X and Y coordinates, where Linen's nose is cell 00. In the instructions for the game, it's clarified that what you do and where you go affects chart placement, and from experimentation, we've come to learn that interacting with certain entities can shift your placement on the map. However, it's extremely unpredictable, and one way that it may work hypothetically is that interacting with one object shifts you 2 coordinates up, Being in another place takes you 3 coordinates right, and so on and so forth, so that eventually you're in a seemingly completely random spot. The community has used hacking tools to try and specify these values, but we haven't uncovered all the mysteries yet. Beam's logo. Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous. There's a Japanese clothing brand that still exists to this day called Beams, and for whatever reason, the employee whose dream journal inspired this game dreamed about that company a lot. So ODC naturally reached out and got permission to use the logo in the dreams, and they appear at the center of flowers occasionally. I don't even have anything to say about this one, it's such a weird detail. The Gray Man, the Aquabats. The Aquabats are a rock band formed in 1994, and they're pretty weird. They're Mormons, I think, and their music is fairly obscure. It's not super easy to get info on them, but they did release a song called The Gray Man that some have suggested might have been based off the Gray Man from LSD Dream Emulator. I find this unlikely. Even when this music came out in the late 90s, the Gray Man was a much smaller phenomenon than it is today. I find this unlikely, as when this music came out in the late 90s, the Gray Man was a much smaller phenomenon than it is today, and the lyrics don't really connect to this game at all. Either way, it's an interesting connection. Abandoned part of Kyoto. There's a section of Kyoto which is quite different from the rest of the city, where the buildings appear abandoned and condemned, with shut-up windows and doors. The ground textures appear broken as well. Thematically, it suggests that something happened here, but naturally we can't figure it out based on the information that we have, and it remains yet another confusing detail about this game. Happy Town Whale. The whale is a textureless entity that only spawns in Happy Town. If you approach it, it'll jump and dive a few times. This is what it looks like. Violence District Ghost and Giant Baby connections. In the warehouses that can be found in the Violence District, you'll encounter these ghosts, which strangely look similar to the giant baby in the Bright Moon apartment, basically in the way they move and their poses. Furthermore, since the giant head always links to the Violence District, it's possible that there's a sort of connection being hinted at here, though we have no way of confirming this. Osamu Sato knows about LSD Revamped. In an interview, Sato mentioned LSD Revamped, confirming that he knows about the fan remake. This is also very pertinent to the next entry. LSD revamped footage in official music video. In this music video for Come On And, some of the LSD visuals used in the music video actually come from the revamped version of the game, not the original. It's interesting because it suggests that Sato nowadays prefers borrowing videos from that version of the game because it's easier to work with. Maybe that's a stretch, but regardless, it's cool that the game has that sort of recognition. Kyoto Bridge Geisha. There are geisha girls all over Kyoto, but one can spawn on this footbridge. If you end up linking with her, you'll be sent straight to the black space. Violence District is the sunken city. In the natural world, you can observe a city that has sunk into the water. It's theorized that potentially the Violence District is actually that sunken city. In my opinion, there's not much credence to this theory, it's just a fun thought, but it does potentially explain the darkness in Violence District. Japanese LSD DE Wiki. On this website, you can find a different LSD wiki than the fandom one. I can't speak for its quality personally because I can't understand a thing on this website, but some in the community say it's a far superior version to the English wiki and has a lot more information. Literal emulated dreams theory. A theory that the creator of this iceberg told me they heard once was that the player character in-game is actually having their dreams emulated by some strange software. We have no way of confirming this, but hypothetically, it would explain why we have the graph at the end of each dream, and some other mechanics from the game. Perhaps the player character is part of some sort of experiment, or is piloting a new device designed for documenting the contents of dreams. Who knows? Game was named LSD for attention-grabbing purposes. This is an entirely plausible theory, and one I kind of agree with, honestly. This game isn't about drug use, it's about dreaming, and LSD itself has a ton of meanings in the game, as we know, most of which center around dreaming. It seems much more likely that the LSD abbreviation was just a marketing ploy, which is interesting to me because I would imagine it wouldn't be as effective in Japan than in the West, for example. But still, it's stuck and we're talking about it today, so I tend to think it did do something. Circle button. The circle button on the PlayStation controller can be used to interact with loads of objects, sort of functioning like an action button. You can use it to hop on the train or kill this wolf, for example, even though the instruction manual says that the button does nothing. Temple Dream Loop. If you manipulate the dream graph, you can find yourself stuck in a loop where you spawn in the temple above a pit, which you fall into, ending the dream and spawning yourself in the exact same location again and again, essentially soft locking the game. LSD Promo Magazine. The LSD Promo Magazine is a bit of a promotional material that you can actually go read through on a website called SatoArchives.com. LSD Promo Videos. We've covered some of the trailers and promo videos for this game so far, but just to recap, there are a couple of these trailers, so I'm going to go ahead and play some of the shorter ones. Lovely Sweet Dream and Followers. This is a really awesome fan anthology from 2011 made by a bunch of different artists. It's sort of like an LSD comic book, but the really cool thing is that there's an English translation of it available, so you can actually read it if you're like me. Though it is fan-made and therefore not canon, it lets us look at a lot of the entities in different ways, giving us a new perspective on the story or situations in this game. I think it's pretty cool and worth reading if you want to learn more about LSD. zdummy.str. An STR file is a video or picture file used in PS1 games, and the zdummy file is a dummy file in the game that, through some mechanism I don't understand, forces the game's files closer to the center of the disk, making it load faster. You can't natively play this file, but if you do manage to rip it and load it onto a computer, it'll display this image. Link colors. When you link with an object and begin to transport away, the screen will fade into a certain color, that either being red, green, blue, yellow, cyan, pink, black, or white. Now, while there's no conclusive evidence of this, players speculate that the color of the dream determines whether or not you're going to have a happy dream, with red colors taking you to bad dreams, white to neutral, and so on. It's been shown that gray man encounters will cause black or pink links, but other than that, we aren't really sure what causes the link colors to be the way they are. Objects travel the dream world too. There's a line in the game manual that states that objects travel through the dream world too. This opens a gigantic can of worms up. It suggests that this world does not need our perspective to exist, which in turn dispels some theories about the nature of this game, like the dream emulation I previously mentioned. If the other entities move throughout this world and have some degree of agency, then maybe we're visiting a real place in some dimension, maybe physical or digital, as opposed to generating it within our own subconscious. There isn't enough information to truly answer the big questions about this game, but this is a big step in the right direction. Honestly though, I think this clue makes lore theorizing a bit more difficult by throwing out so many of our theories. Giant baby trigger on different floors. This entry refers to a glitch discovered by a community member named Kimamas, who has done a lot for this game by the way, which basically causes you to link with the giant baby head in the Bright Room apartment by standing on the floor above and looking down. I would guess this is some sort of collision error, which is probably due to the giant size of the baby, but I don't have the technical knowledge to truly flesh that out. Flying train in Happy Town. The Happy Town train is a strange object you can run into. Depending on the day, it either moves quickly or slowly, and depending on the texture, it may display the beams logo we mentioned earlier. It has two main events associated with it, the first being if you approach this tunnel near the Ferris wheel, the train will come to you and run you over. But if you press the circle at just the right time, you'll be teleported onto the train, becoming the conductor for a few seconds before linking. The second, and much more fascinating however, is that the train can take flight. In one of the rarest events in the game, decided upon entirely by your previous actions, the train can approach this column, stop for a bit, and then take off into the air. Too horrifying to recount. This is a super cool entry because it refers to some misinformation which I've actually seen personally. Basically, on an older version of the background page on the fandom website for this game, there was a note that stated on some days a text stream would pop up saying that the dream was simply too horrifying to recount. Eerie, right? Though I can't remember specifically where I've heard some YouTubers mention this, the thing is, every single text stream has been snagged and translated and not a single one says this, or anything like this. Somehow it made its way onto the fandom and was reported on, but no evidence of it actually exists. Ghost Sailor died in a plane crash. You can't get close to the Ghost Sailor. When you approach him, he'll disappear, only returning when you back up far enough once more. Strangely, when you force him to disappear, on occasion a plane will spawn, and frequently that plane will fly into the water, crashing in a red inferno. This connection, along with the ghost gazing out over the water, suggests that this is perhaps where the sailor met his end. Rare spy locations. Spy is mostly found in the main open areas of Kyoto, the Violence District, and Happy Town, though he can appear in a few other locations. This entry is mostly referring to the sub-locations within Kyoto, the Violence District, and Happy Town where the Gray Man can be, but doesn't usually go to. Speedrun.com categories. You might think, how could we speedrun a game with no objectives? Well, speedrun.com answers this question, as it separates speedruns by the number of days you experience, which is honestly the only thing you can really do for this game. There are more obvious ones like 1 day or 365 days, which is considered the more traditional ending. But there are also races to complete 5, 10, 50, 100, or even 1,000 days. As you might imagine, it's not a game that people are super competitive with. But like any game, the speedruns are still pretty interesting and use some cool strats. This is a fun fact that doesn't really fit here, but I'm going to plug it in anyway. A figure named Saint holds the 6th fastest 365-day record from a run he put up in 2014 on his YouTube channel. Saint is a really interesting figure on the internet, and if you want to learn more about him, I recommend checking out a video on my channel about Schnell Online. It's a pretty cool story. Anyways, we're going to move on. Giant Hoop and Stick Girl. The Hoop and Stick Girl is an entity roaming the black space. Taking the form of a little girl playing, linking her will take you to Tokyo. Curiously, she looks a lot more like the Hopscotch Girl in the Violence District, and linking with her takes you to the black space, so there may be some connection there. Sometimes this girl happens to appear gigantic, like really big. It's not really sure why this size variation exists, but it does. Black space missing tiles. This entry, courtesy of Kimumas again, shows that there are some tiles in the black space that you'll just fall right through. Notably, one of these areas is right next to a spawn point, almost making a trap where one wrong move after entering the dream will send you into an abyss. It's likely just one glitch, but it does make this area much more interesting, and if we are to believe that this strange corruption is intentional, it could have some lore implications on the area as a whole. Spy is actually benevolent. Throughout this video, I've slightly taken the position that Spy, or the Gray Man, is an antagonist. His terrifying nature might be enough to make you think that, but him stealing your memories is even greater support than maybe he isn't on your side. But what if he was a benevolent figure, looking out for you, and is all around a good character? Well, he's not all bad. First of all, interacting with him is proven to increase the chance of rare encounters in the game, so he does, from some perspective, make the gameplay more enjoyable. But beyond that, what if he's simply erasing your memories because they're weighing on you, or they're just too terrifying? Trigger bypasses. There are some pretty simple ways to avoid a trigger in the game. Walking backwards for some reason nullifies some triggers. For the Gray Man specifically, looking straight up or straight down does the same thing. It's weird that your direction or orientation changes your collision properties, but it just goes to show that there's a ton of weird mechanics in this game. Perhaps these are intentional features, allowing well-seasoned players to have some greater control of their playthrough by skipping triggers they don't want to experience. But we don't know. Odd and even day differences. A and B type days occur on odd and even days, respectively, and the content of the dreamscape varies wildly depending on that day. For example, on B days, the astronaut appears in Bright Moon Cottage, but this won't occur on A days. The list of differences is too great for me to list here, but I find the mechanic kinda cool. It's weird that a game so convoluted with so many steps and triggers, complicated and misunderstood, has something as simple as an A-B day system. I don't know, I don't really get it. It is what it is. Timer variable. The timer variable is a critical part of hacking the game. Basically, it's how much time you spend in one place. And when community members dug apart the game, they found links between the timer variable and things like links and dream mood. The timer also makes certain objects appear or disappear, or events trigger. So setting the time variable to whatever you want can help you observe certain rare events. Time in the game is measured in special units, which are roughly equivalent to 20 units per second. LSD Twitter bot. There was an unofficial Japanese Twitter bot that would post Dream Diary excerpts every single hour, created by a user named Kovo Passero. It hasn't been active since 2019 and was listed on the fandom for some reason. Since then, though, it's become pretty irrelevant. Gunman's victim in the demo movie. In the main demo movie for LSD, there's a strange encounter where an NPC runs straight into the camera. There's two main speculations here. First off, he looks a lot like the guy that the gunman will shoot in one of the warehouses, so there's that connection. But on top of that, some people think that based off the fact that he approaches the camera, that this is perhaps a beta version of the Gray Man, or at least has some shared traits with him. though he moves a whole lot faster than the Gray Man does in the game. It's likely that this was just a model they decided to use for a random event in the trailer, but it's cool to think about. Official Soundfront samples. This is a pretty broad entry referring to the fact that Sato took samples from LSD and used them in his other works. This guy is a very multidisciplined artist, making tons of music and albums, and his work crosses mediums. None of it exists in a vacuum. Everything he does shares something with previous and future work, and the soundtrack in LSD is no different. There are some sound samples from the game that are used in other works all over the place. Bright Moon Apartment Unused Bathroom. There's a water closet or bathroom door in Bright Moon Cottage which can't be opened. If you use hacking tools or otherwise clip through it, you won't find anything, it's just an empty spot. But an interesting detail is that the bathroom, which is about the size as this empty room, appears in the 1997 demo movie, suggesting that perhaps you used to be able to go into this room. I think it's strange that this room was potentially completely made up at some point for the trailer, but then removed and had the door locked. I can't get why they would have taken out this room if it was already completely created, and especially given the nature of this game, but yeah, it's gone. Bright Moon Apartment Lion Textures. Strangely, textures for the head of the lion, which only appears in the natural world, is in the files for the Bright Moon Apartment, but they don't appear there. Furthermore, there are actually unique variants of the texture that don't show up in the game at all, which are pretty cool. Flesh Tunnels Sumo Ring Roof. As you can see here, the roof in the flesh tunnels above the sumo ring is completely modeled even though you can't see it in the game. It's just an extra detail that you can't notice. Invincibility frames. At the very start or end of a dream or right after a link during a screen fade, there are a couple of frames where the player is quote-unquote invincible, meaning they can't fall or be linked with. There are some exploits made available from this, such as getting to the far-off islands in the natural world. Happy Town's true appearance. There's a video that plays while you ride the Ferris wheel in Happy Town, which shows some slightly different textures from the walls, hinting at the possibility that there's an unused texture set, which is really what Happy Town should look like. It mostly just suggests that the video was made during an alternate stage of development, but it's equally possible that any of the 4 textures you have activated at any given moment aren't the true representation of that world. Origins of the leitmotifs and music patterns. A leitmotif is basically a theme in a piece of music, which I didn't know before I wrote the script. But basically in some interviews, Sato has stated that the in-game music has leitmotifs from other works, meaning that, like we mentioned, the music in LSD is connected to other things he's made. The creator of this iceberg shared a Google sheet that they started with some of these connections laid out, but it's at a very stage of development and it's likely we'll still be searching for these themes for quite a while. Sky colors are on a 240-day cycle. A phenomenon discovered by the creator of this iceberg is that the skies appear to be set to a 240-day cycle. Depending on how you count them, there are 23 or 30 options for sky variants, and they run sequentially on this cycle. We've known for a while that these were predetermined and are relatively static, but Menderman managed to nail down the 240 number specifically. They actually managed to create a Google sheet where you can accurately predict the sky type based on the day. Looking up at Spy. We've mentioned briefly how looking upwards at Spy completely nullifies his trigger, making it so that he can't erase your memories. To be serious for a moment, I feel like there's 2 reasons this could happen. The first, and most likely in my opinion, is that it's just a glitch. But the second possible idea is that Sato left this trigger skipping mechanic in the game for experienced players to avoid dreams or encounters or whatnot that they didn't want to have. Or perhaps it's even just for playtesting during development. But let's entertain the idea for a second that there's some lore implication here. Some people like to build off the Spy antagonist theory, suggesting that he's some sort of murderer, or someone that was responsible for something traumatic in the memories of the dreamer. Essentially, the Gray Man could represent some sort of memory you're trying to repress or confront, depending on your perspective. What if looking up is some representation of ignoring the problem? Ignoring the traumatic memories by simply looking away. It doesn't make the Gray Man leave, it just buys you some time before he comes back. It's a fun thought, though given that there's no real way to win against the Gray Man, as in you can't permanently defeat him in any way, it might not be an apt description to call him an antagonist. The opera singers are actually ghosts. The opera singers are entities you can encounter in Happy Town and are quite strange. You can hear them singing, which is odd given that they only have legs and gloves, no torso or head, but not only that, you can't link with them because they have 0 collision. You just walk right through them. Could these figures actually be ghosts, given that you pass through them? Perhaps they represent some sort of person that was cut off at the legs in a tragic accident or something. On top of that, sometimes a train can stop near them before flying up into the air. Some people have suggested that there's a lot of heavenly themes here, a train ascending upwards and the opera singers, which are sometimes present in depictions of going to heaven. It doesn't seem likely, it kind of just seems like we're taking snippets of themes and piecing them together. However, one piece of evidence that has been pointing out is their triangular quote-unquote heads. Figures known to be ghosts in the Violence District warehouses actually do have triangular heads, which has led some to suspect that the opera singers are the same and that in this game, triangles symbolize an entity being dead. Ghost Sailor isn't actually a ghost. On the topic of ghosts, and in the exact same vein as the previous entry, it is suggested, in contrast to the plane crash theory, that the Ghost Sailor isn't actually a ghost, since he doesn't have a triangular head. Perhaps he's just some other type of entity. Different startup FM fees per copy. It's been suggested that different physical copies on original hardware have slightly different startup videos, basically having to do with electronic circuits and the PlayStation having slight differences. This is actually sort of common on older consoles for FMV videos to not work perfectly. Monument Park Sphinx sounds. While exploring Monument Park and approaching the Great Sphinx, it's possible you'll hear what sounds like a slowed down version of footsteps from the Flesh Tunnel. It's not really understood what the ultimate source of this sound is or why you encounter it here. Natural World Inaccessible Islands. There are floating islands in the natural world that would normally be inaccessible and are just meant to be looked at, though some, but not all of them, can be reached using the invincibility frames that we talked about earlier. There's a map of them shown here, which is pretty useful. Monument Park is a last-minute addition. This is a theory coming straight from the Iceberg creator based on some minute details, especially regarding the file structure. Monument Park is listed as STG-13, the final map file. It's connected to Tokyo, which already has a sub-area, being the Temple Dojo. Further, it reuses a lot of music, such as that from the Flesh Tunnels. It's pretty small, flat, uneventful, besides the Zeppelin event, of course. It's just speculation, but regardless of how you look at it, this area doesn't quite mesh in with all the others perfectly, and perhaps it was just added in last. Alt-J. Alt-J is an English indie band who made a song called 3WW. In the single cover, there's an image that looks ripped straight from the game, which you can also see in the music video. You might just assume that this was inspired by LSD, but a one Mr. Sato is actually credited for the artwork. Now this song comes from the Relaxer album, which also had a web game release to help promote it, where you basically could walk through the Violence District while 3WW played. I'd honestly bet Sato helped work on this specifically. So why is it that the band picked LSD to help them advertise? This song was released years ago, a bit before the peak of LSD Dream Emulator popularity, in my opinion. It looks just like these guys needed something artistic to help them boost their music and settled on reaching out to Sato somehow, which is quite fascinating. But this album and the LSD promotion have since fallen into relative obscurity. Prince and Princess were murdered. The Prince and Princess are a pair of entities that you can find in the Happy Town Castle. There's a theory that suggests these two characters are dead, based on their eerie robotic movements, and also to the fact that, similar to other characters we've talked about being dead, have no collision and you phase right through them. Now, whether or not they are murdered is a completely other debate, although given the events we see in Violence District, for example, and the general antagonistic and evil perceptions of characters like the Gray Man, they might fit into the murder theory that we mentioned earlier about him. Come On And voices. In the Come On And song, you can hear strange voices seemingly chanting in Japanese a few times in the background. These have never been translated into English, and personally, I'm not even sure if they're intelligible in Japanese. We obviously don't know what they mean, just that they exist. The game was possibly programmed in C. Okay, so this explanation is coming from someone who knows literally nothing about game development, but here goes. Most of this research comes from a Tumblr post from FiggleDev, who is working on tearing apart the game. And according to him, a crucial piece of evidence pointing towards LSD having been coded in C is this symbol called a format specifier, and I guess this is used in C. Beyond that, I can't add anything profound to this entry, just that this is what we think the game was coded in. Original resolution textures. The static textures in the game look hand-drawn, which suggests that there's possibly an original version of these textures which had its own resolution, unless of course the textures were made from scratch. Even if they are out there somewhere, we would have literally no idea where to look. Natural world voices from the Abyss. While gazing out into the abyss in the natural world and around the bottom left, you can hear some strange noise. It sounds quite mysterious, but interestingly, if you speed up the sound a little bit, you'll find that it's the same as the bird tweeting from the Bright Moon apartment. I guess that means this is some weird bird in the void? Lions climbing trees. Just like in real life, I guess, lions in LSD can climb trees, though occasionally, instead of stopping at the top of the tree, they just keep on going. Yeah. Bright Moon Apartment's negative emotional aura. If you've been around icebergs for a while, you understand the negative emotional aura concept. Born out of wet, dry land in Mario 64 and that game's iceberg, it's basically the idea that hanging around this area doesn't feel right. While this is the case for much of LSD, you may experience this vibe with the Bright Moon Apartments in particular. Basically, this area just feels spooky. I can't really describe it, but it does feel negative overall. Upper texture true identities. The upper or sexual textures are one of the strangest parts of this game, because some of these images come from actual Japanese prawn magazines. Ergo, lots of these women are actual people with real identities. You can imagine that the process of finding these women is pretty unnecessary and equally difficult, but yeah, they are real people, not just general inspirations. This is one of the weirdest parts of the game. The sexual motifs don't really fit in my opinion, and they leave so many more questions than answers. Links dictated to moods in game. In the instruction manual, this is said about links. In addition to walking, there's one other way of getting around from field to field. That is through links. If you touch something like a wall, tree, or barricaded object, you will be transported to another field. If a sensation comes flying out of an object when you hit it, it can take you to another place. Not all objects are linked though. Links are dictated by your moods in-game, with the scenery changing accordingly. So please enjoy yourself. Now this may offer a bit of an explanation as to how the link system works, but it doesn't make perfect sense. We just know somehow that the link colors depend on your graph's position. Bright Moon Apartment is a real place. According to the Dream Journal written by Hiroko Nishiwaka, this level is actually based off of a real apartment, and she even provides the exact address. I'm not sure if she lived in that apartment once or if she just knew of it, or what, but it is a real place. Sadly though, going to the address on Google Earth doesn't reveal much because it looks like the actual apartment is blocked on Street View by some sort of educational building. But it is a cool little detail. Not only is this apartment based in reality, but you could hypothetically go visit it. Bright Moon Apartment's retirement home. There's a theory that the Bright Moon Apartment isn't a traditional apartment, but rather a retirement or a nursing home, due entirely to the fact that the elderly woman is seen bedridden and eventually passing throughout the game. The main roadblock to this theory, however, is the fact that we just mentioned the apartment is a real place, which of course wasn't a nursing home. Happy Town is life, Violence District is death, and Black Space is purgatory. This theory also centers around the dying woman, as depending on her stages of vitality, she will link you to different places. While she's alive, she'll link you to Happy Town. While she is dead, she'll link you to the Violence District. When she's completely gone from this world, the bed will link you to the Black Space. Now it's apparent that Happy Town is a vibrant place, the Violence District is one filled with death, and the Black Space is a purgatory-esque void. Perhaps the stages of this woman's life, and lack thereof, shine some light on the true nature of these places. Further, the Hoop and Stick Girl, as well as the Hopscotch Girl, who appear in the Black Space and Violence Districts respectively, look a bit like the dying woman, so perhaps these represent her in her youth. It's a fairly interesting idea. Spy, Dipe, and Hydramine connections. This is a fun entry for me personally because I actually made a video going over the iceberg chart for Dipe and Hydramine abuse, which goes into detail about the Hat Man, which you may want to check out after this video. Anyways, basically, in recent years the Hat Man has become a creepypasta or cryptid of sorts, originating from a couple of different places around the internet. He's sort of a culmination of a sleep paralysis demon and traditional views of the Men in Black, but he was identified specifically in the DPH community, which I explained in that video, and has since become a staple of those who abuse that drug. Now, the view of the Hat Man, who looks a lot like Spy, didn't really come out until years after LSD was published, so Spy is in no way inspired by the Hat Man, but the other way around is possible. Though the Hat Man really came from a drug trip report, but I suppose it's possible that many artist renditions of him that are popping up nowadays could have taken some inspiration from the behavior of Spy as well as his appearance. This entry isn't super relevant to the game itself, but it's a cool little connection. Glitched father and daughter. This entry refers to another Kimamas video, which we'll watch here. I'm not sure how this effect was generated, but it's quite strange. Monument Park Zeppelin Link. On A-type days, you may catch the Zeppelin flying through the sky in Monument Park. It actually has a link taking you to Clockwork Machines, or occasionally the Black Space, but you rarely actually make it there because the Zeppelin doesn't land much. Cutscene music relationship. When a video plays on the menu or in a video dream, some strange effect is had on the random number generation. It's basically re-rolled, as was explained to me by the Iceberg creator. When certain videos play, it makes different sound fonts play, so somehow whatever videos are played affects whatever sound plays. The community is still digging after this one, but there is a connection here. Spy only appears on even days. This isn't a crazy entry, Spy just doesn't appear on odd or A-type days. Bugged Clockwork Machines track. There's an unused track from the Clockwork Machines area which should play but doesn't because the tempo is accidentally set to 0. We know this is an error because there are tracks that are legitimately silent and they're coded differently. This one is just a mistake. You can actually listen to the track if you put it into your computer. This game isn't random at all. What if I told you that the world-renowned game taking the internet by storm for its random, chaotic nature was entirely calculated? What if RNG had nothing to do with it, and every step you take in this dream, every single pace you walk, thing you touch, and the timing of events are calculating your entire experience? The thing is, that's more true than you would expect. Obviously, there is RNG in the game, that's undisputed. But beyond that, the graph is determined by events that may or may not happen. There are cycles, like the sky cycle or texture cycle, even cycles of days with A and B type days and their subtypes. There are thousands upon thousands of variables in this game that interact with one another to create the illusion of randomness, and the community is eagerly searching to uncover each and every connection to truly understand how this video works. Many people like Menderman, who made this iceberg, and the other figures I mentioned in this video are diving deeper into this topic as we speak, and you best believe that when we have a better understanding of this game, I'll be here explaining what the community found. So if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing.
Okay guys, I really want to thank you for being here today. This was a super duper long but awesome video to make, and it's a milestone for the channel. For anyone who didn't know, not only did we just have our second birthday, but we also hit 10k subs, which is an incredible achievement that I could not be more grateful for. With that all said, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, please consider showing some support so that we can reach towards even bigger milestones. If you want to be a part of the SeedButter community, I highly encourage you to check out the Discord server, the link to which is in the description of this video. You can come there and hang out with us and even help work on and pick future videos. On top of that, I do want to let you know that there is a SeedButter Patreon. Joining for just $1 a month will get you a thank you at the end of every video and access to future benefits that are on the way. If you even consider supporting the channel financially, thank you, as this Patreon enables me to spend more time making videos for you all. Finalmente, hay un canal en español si eres bilingüe, te animo que mires el canal. Pero te advierto que el proceso tomar su tiempo porque todavía estoy trabajando en las traducciones de mis videos viejos en español. Thanks again, everybody, and have a great night.
Here Comes Mumphy. Back in 1975, Catherine Tozer's Mumphy books had been adapted into a television puppet show titled Here Comes Mumphy, and the show has become extremely obscure. 52 episodes of this show had been created, and so far the only episodes of the series that have resurfaced since come from a very rare VHS tape, known as 2 Hours of Fun with the Munch Bunch and Mumphy, that was originally released in April of 1983. The VHS release contains 6 episodes. These episodes, along with half an episode uploaded to YouTube back in 2012, and a Persian dubbed episode also uploaded to YouTube back in 2012, are the only episodes known to exist. No other footage of this show has been found or recovered since. The majority of Here Comes Mumphy has become lost. Super Mario 64 Big Star Secret. All the way back in August of 2007, a video was uploaded onto YouTube titled Super Mario 64 Big Star Secret. This video was a low-quality fake, step-by-step tutorial made in Windows Movie Maker showing how to unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64. At the end of the video, the infamous KV zombie commercial jump scare would appear, and then finished with credits scrolling down from the top. In 2012, the video had been deleted by the uploader due to hate and criticism. The video became quite iconic. It gained over 900,000 views before it got deleted. Many people over the years have been trying to find this video, however it remains lost to this day. The only footage that has survived of this long lost video is a reaction video, in which you can kinda see some footage of the video's jump scare and ending on the computer screen. And the thumbnail to the video had been found through the Wayback Machine, which is apparently an exact frame from the 2 minute and 56 second mark of the video. Hopefully this long lost YouTube video is found soon. Family Guy Online. Family Guy Online was an MMORPG that was available to play from 2012 to 2013, based on the animated series Family Guy, believe it or not. In this online game, you were able to customize your own Family Guys and complete many missions given to you by many different characters from the series. It was not making much money at all, so it was shut down, and Family Guy Online hasn't been playable since. I would love to see this game get a remake sometime soon. I feel like it would actually become quite popular if they brought it back. Roblox Jump Scare Virus. On the Lost Media Wiki forums, a user who goes by Mikey G had made a post discussing a lost Roblox jump scare. This is what they had to say. Back in 2011-2012, there was a YouTube video showcasing some Windows 7 software that appears to hack Roblox and give the user free Robux, the currency of Roblox. However, the download link in the description contained a file that jump scares the victim by going full screen, displaying a poorly drawn screaming face on a black background, with multiple lines of text saying F you flying around the screen while playing extremely loud mariachi band music. This video was pretty popular, around 10k views. There were multiple comments on the video such as got in trouble with my parents because I didn't have headphones, and press Ctrl-Alt-Delete to close it. If you know anything about it, please let me know. This sounds super interesting. I have covered a lot of lost YouTube jump scare videos, but this is different. This was a video that contained a download link which would jump scare you. This would have messed me up as a kid if I fell for this. This video had apparently 10,000 views. I know that's really not much, but maybe someone watching this remembers the video and this jump scare virus thing, and maybe still have the jump scare download on an older laptop or computer. They went on to say that it was screen recorded, had no commentary, with video editing / inspect element to make it look like the software changed the currency. The title of the video was along the lines of free Robux generator working 2012 or 2011 depending on the upload date. Old videos were suggested, but OP confirmed them as not the video. The video nor the download to this jump scare has been found yet. it's likely that it has been deleted off YouTube entirely. Mystery 80s Show. On Reddit, specifically the r/helpmefind subreddit, a user made a post asking for help in finding the show scene in an old childhood photo. It's kinda hard to make out, but some sort of cartoon can be seen on the TV in the photo. OP would provide more details. Alberta, Canada, mid-80s Christmas time, likely CBC or CFRN. Could be a Christmas special or on VHS. I don't believe it is the Land Before Time, although it does kind of look like a dinosaur, not Valley of the Dinosaurs or Dink the Dinosaur from what I can tell. Despite stating their belief that this isn't the Land Before Time, many users were quick to put forth the idea that this is without a doubt Sarah from the Land Before Time, perhaps being a commercial for the movie. I mean, they do look very similar, both looking like orange triceratops. Others stated that this was not the case. The Land Before Time wasn't released on VHS until September 1989. A few people even noticed some details were a bit off and didn't line up with this Sarah character. Even if it is Sarah and is taken from the Land Before Time, no one has been able to find this exact frame from the TV anywhere. Still, no one knows where this came from. There have been many other ideas brought up on what this could possibly be. Maybe some teddy or some creature thing, I don't know. Really interesting mystery though, I would love for this to be solved soon. Millsberry. In this video, I will bring up a few cases of lost media suggested to me through my Instagram. If you haven't already, go follow my IG. I was messaged about a lost online game and yeah, thought it was pretty fascinating. I noticed that you cover a lot of lost online games, and one that I don't see many people talk about is Millsberry, which was created by General Mills and promoted mostly on their cereal products. It was similar to Neopets, except that instead of 4 pets, you created an online avatar, built them a house, fed and clothed them, etc. It started in 2004 and discontinued at the end of 2010. I used to be really into it, but I had drifted away before the game ended and never knew it closed until much later. Now there's not much content from the game archived, it's unplayable, and it seems like no one really cares about it anymore. Oh well. So yeah, do any of you remember playing this? It doesn't seem too obscure. There is quite a handful of information on this game found within the internet, and you can actually find a lot of gameplay footage on YouTube. But yeah, this game, since it shut down, has become lost and unplayable. Nintendo On Extended Hoax Video. Back in 2005, a hoax video was put together showcasing an alleged leaked teaser showing off the next upcoming Nintendo console. This fake video was made by Pablo Belmont, who has created many other Nintendo hoax videos you have probably seen. This fake trailer became quite iconic. It tricked many users online into believing that this was the real upcoming Nintendo console. Interestingly though, this iconic fake trailer is actually a rushed recreation and isn't the original lost extended video. During the production of this video, Pablo's hard drive had unfortunately crashed and most of the files of the project had been corrupted. The extended version of this hoax video was meant to be 30 minutes long. The final video we ended up getting only represented 10% of what Pablo had in mind of the video. Apparently, hundreds of gigabytes in data were wiped. This sounds really sad, honestly. It would be so disappointing putting so much energy into a project just for it to corrupt and have most of it disappear. The only things which ended up surviving of the original version were the parts of the video showcasing the Metroid and Mario games for this console. The full extended original video will unfortunately never see the light of day. RA Home Vision commercial. RA Home Vision was a video rental shop in the Philippines, and during the 90s, a commercial was aired on different channels advertising this video rental shop. The commercial was supposedly unintentionally creepy to viewers due to the alien hand on a spaceship scene that was contained in it. It's a commercial that became quite iconic. A lot of people can remember it. It's been mentioned online within different forums since the early 2000s. However, to this day, it has not resurfaced. The alien hand on the spaceship scene from this commercial had actually been found. It was found on a show named 6 O'Clock News that aired on the channel IBC 13. Numerous recreations and mock-up videos of the lost commercial have been created since using this found scene. And yeah, the full commercial has become lost. Shrimp McBites. So back in 2021, a user on Reddit made a post talking about Shrimp McBites. In this post, the user was trying to find any type of proof that this was a product that was once served at McDonald's back in 2013. It's a McDonald's snack they remember trying to order, but there was no evidence of them ever existing online. They included a couple mock-up images of what they remember the product and posters advertising it looking like. The post gained lots of attention. A forgotten McDonald's snack lost to time sounds pretty interesting. Eventually, some evidence of its existence was discovered. Another user found out if you search Shrimp McBites on Twitter, you'll find a bunch of users talking about the product from 2013, the same time period that this was apparently seen. Then McDonald's were contacted and they confirmed that yes, the Shrimp McBites did at one point exist at a few locations back in 2013. To this day, no advertisements of the product have been found. Not even pictures of the bizarre Shrimp McBites exist. For sure, one of the most mysterious McDonald's products made. The Reluctant Dragon and Mr. Toad Show. This was an American animated series based on the stories The Wind in the Willows and The Reluctant Dragon made by Kenneth Graham. This series aired on ABC from September 12, 1970 up until January 2nd, 1971. Didn't last very long, lasting 16 episodes. In this series, each episode had 2 Reluctant Dragon segments and 1 Mr. Toad segment. The Reluctant Dragon segments revolve around a dragon named Tobias, who is allergic to daisies and breathes fire if around any. The Mr. Toad segments revolve around Mr. Toad, a toad who drives a race car and causes all sorts of trouble. Out of the 16 episodes which were made and aired on television, only just 7 are available to watch online while the rest remain lost. Secret Builders. Secret Builders was a free-to-play MMORPG from 2007 made for children. It could be played on iOS, Android, or on your computer browser. Within this game, you would be able to hang out and interact with other players, make a home to keep pets, throw parties, and invite friends over. You could also dress up and do fashion shows. Secret Builders was eventually shut down in 2021 and is missed dearly by lots of people. The all-new Captain Kangaroo. The all-new Captain Kangaroo was a rebooted series of the show Captain Kangaroo, which aired in 1997 for Fox Kids and Fox Family Channel. 40 episodes of this show were created, however to this day, only 10 have been found. Every other episode from this series remains lost and uncovered. Crash Village. Crash Village was an online multiplayer game released in 2007 on the official Crash Bandicoot website. Its sole purpose was to advertise the main console titles being released around this time. The game was similar to games like Club Penguin. Players could customize their own Crash Bandicoot characters and also walk around an online virtual world interacting with other players. You could as well also find all kinds of different minigames to play. Crash Village would be shut down in 2011. None of the minigames were saved and the entire game itself became lost and unplayable. Only a handful of screenshots and like 2 gameplay videos exist online. The game has fallen into major obscurity. MTV Total Request Live Animated Special. Here is another one I got from the Instagram, talking about Total Request Live. This was a television program broadcast on MTV that premiered in September of 1998. It would feature popular music videos which played during its countdown, and was used to promote different actors, musicians, and other work. In 2004, they ran special animation-themed episodes that would include animated segments. Shout out to Super Chess Kid for the suggestion. This is what they wrote to me. Hey, if you've not already, you should talk about the Lost MTV Total Request Live animated special, where the Total Request Live people interview characters from the animated shows that aired at the same time. The Powerpuff Girls, The Fairly OddParents, Family Guy to be specific, as well as Sly Cooper. Only 2 of these segments have been found, these being the Fairly OddParents and the Sly Cooper segments, and a screenshot of the Family Guy segment, but everything else is lost outside a few articles covering it. So yeah, interesting stuff. The Family Guy segment is lost and only a screenshot of it exists, which was found through an archive of a Family Guy fan site. The fan site also included a clip, however wasn't retained by the Wayback Machine, and it appears the Powerpuff Girls segment is fully lost. Absolutely disgusting. This image here has been going around the internet for a pretty long time. It is a photograph of some sort of news report with an appalled looking news reporter with a lower caption reading absolutely disgusting. It's a meme which has become pretty popular within many forums, often used as a reaction image, and has just become famous and well known in general. Interestingly, the actual news report this image came from has become lost media. The original broadcast of this image has never resurfaced. The image was uploaded to the internet in May of 2008 by American writer Mike Sachs as part of his Photos on TV series. Shortly after, the image would start spreading around the internet, quickly becoming a mainstream meme. It really isn't known or confirmed what this news report was about. All that's known from this image is that this was a news story broadcast by UPN 9 News in 2005, showing news reporter Bob O'Brien in front of a set of suburban homes. This is the only surviving image of this broadcast. Plants Defense Lost Plants vs Zombies knockoff. So on the Lost Media subreddit, a user who goes by Windows Ultimate had been looking at blogs discussing rip-off bootlegs of the famous Plants vs Zombies game. They ended up finding what appears to be a lost PvZ ripoff known as Plants Defense. This is what was written in the post. So, I usually like to make fun of PvZ bootlegs, especially the ones with really bad effort. But while I was researching, there is a blog containing a bit more info about some other lost PvZ bootlegs, such as Plants vs Aliens, etc. But for some reason, I found this strange game called Plants Defense on the blog. According to the blog, the game was developed by a mobile game studio that was at their last quarter. The game was released back in 2009. The plants were straight up rips from the original Plants vs Zombies, such as the pea shooter, sunflower, cactus, and chomper, as seen in the image. The enemies, according to the website, were gummy worms, cute cyclops, chicken-looking ghouls, and a mysterious BattleTech robot. The game also contained at least 5 levels. I tried looking for gameplay or anything about this game, but there's zero info. So if anybody has more info about this game, please let me know. Very strange stuff. A Plants vs Zombies ripoff with its existence only being known because of an old blog. Is there any other information out there on the internet about this game? For now, this game remains a mystery. Guy yelling Among Us sound effect. Okay, so this is a pretty funny entry. I'm sure you're all aware of this sound effect. Among Us! I hear it on TikTok every second. In different YouTube videos, I always hear it. It's everywhere. Apparently though, no one knows its origins. Absolutely no one knows where it actually came from, who created it, or when it was made. That's all I really gotta say for this entry. I don't have anything else to add, just a funny lost media thing. This iconic meme just really spawned into existence. No one knows where it came from. The Rotten Tomatoes Show. The Rotten Tomatoes Show was a series based on the review website Rotten Tomatoes. This series aired on Current TV's lineup and was also posted online on their website and YouTube channel from 2009 to 2011. The show would revolve around the two hosts, Brett Ehrlich and Ellen Fox, reviewing different movies that were arriving to theaters at that time every week. The show would as well include various segments like sketches and top 5s of movies. Every now and then, there would also be some celebrity appearances in episodes. 74 episodes of this show were created. Episodes had stopped being made in September of 2010, after the show was cancelled with no explanation. It wasn't completely cancelled though, as segments of the show were still being seen in the show Infomania. But then, that show got stopped in 2011. Today, only just a few clips of this show have resurfaced. Most of it has become lost. MrBeast lost deleted videos. MrBeast is a huge YouTuber you're all probably aware of. MrBeast has been making YouTube videos for a long time, and over the years, many of his videos which were once on the channel have become lost. Many of MrBeast's older content began being privated and deleted from the channel starting 2018, likely due to the dangerous stunts being featured in them and potentially offensive content. Lots of videos just haven't resurfaced since and remain lost to this day.
Failed me so many times.
Turkish Ben 10 games. Back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, Ben 10 was becoming a pretty popular series in Turkey. Because of this, Cartoon Network partnered with a company known as Project Halide to develop a bunch of games related to Ben 10. Many of these games have become lost media. One of these lost games is translated to Ben 10 Meteor Attack. This was a PC game where the player would use a webcam and hold a card to the camera to move Ben in the game, avoiding meteors. These cards were found within different Nesquik products, and yeah, this game has become lost. Another lost one I find pretty interesting is some KFC promotion games, with these Ben 10 games being completely mysterious. Nothing is known about them. According to a KFC commercial, after ordering the menus seen in the commercial, you would be given a code for one of 3 Ben 10 Alien Force games. The website to play these games though is inaccessible now. No information or even gameplay of these games has been seen anywhere. The last game they ended up making was Ben 10 Big Clash Istanbul, a PC game where Ben would have to fight off different aliens in Istanbul. The game was available to play on Cartoon Network Turkey's website and required an activation code. You could find these activation codes after purchasing some Ben 10 toys. All of these Ben 10 games have become lost media and haven't seen the light of day in a long time. Meet the Simpsons. On the Lost Media subreddit, a user made a post discussing a Lost Simpsons short that apparently hasn't seen the light of day since 1990. This is what the post had to say. When the film Die Hard 2 was released in the UK in August of 1990, in some cinemas, a Simpsons short, not any of the ones featured on the Tracy Ullman Show, titled Meet the Simpsons played before Die Hard 2. As promoted in this London newspaper advertisement from the time. Presumably, this short was to help introduce UK audiences to the show or its characters, since The Simpsons Season 1 was set to premiere on UK TV the following month. There was also an entry of the short on the British Films Classifications website, where its runtime is logged in as being 1 minute and 24 seconds. Yet, I cannot find the short anywhere on the internet, and as far as I'm aware, is not included on any of the DVD bonus features. And I can't find any info as to what the short contained. Or was it just clips from the show's first season? Either way, I'm curious, as a Simpsons fan myself. This is some really intriguing stuff. I would love to know more about this mysterious short and what it could have possibly contained. Hopefully in the future we learn more about the Meet the Simpsons short. Lost Mario browser games for McDonald's toy promotion. On the Lost Media Wiki forums, a post was made by user 3frogs discussing obscure lost Mario Flash games made for a McDonald's toy promotion. Two Lost Flash games, Mario's Driving Range and Jammin' with Mario, were hosted on the Happy Meal website for a brief time in 2006. These games were on the Happy Meal website and were part of an official Mario toy promotion for McDonald's Happy Meals. The toy line was part of a promotion known as the Take the Mario Challenge, and lasted from September 1st to September 21st, 2006. I also remember there was a Mario screensaver to download on the site. I recall it cycling through different Mario character renders, appearing on the screen, while a grassland stage scrolled in the background. If you let the screensaver play long enough, it would give you a password to access a later level in the Mario's Driving Range game. I think the password was Happy Meal or something like that, but I don't remember for sure. They would include an archived link to a Toy Mania website, providing some information about the toy line itself. No information about these games can be found online. No screenshots or videos of the game exist, and the only mentions of it come from a few forum and blog posts, mentioning the games and screensavers. There's an archive of the Happy Meal website, which uses Flash during the Mario promotion, and it has a game section. But this game's page doesn't seem to load at all when clicked on. Unfortunately, this entire site seems to be mostly non-functional in this archive, as most links don't seem to work at all. These games probably won't hold up well, but I'd be interested in seeing and playing them again. I think some people would be interested in seeing these games uncovered, since they were officially endorsed promotional Mario games that are quite obscure, much like that Mario Net quest that was found not too long ago. It's probably a long shot, but maybe somebody more savvy with the Wayback Machine might be able to find the files for these games? A user said they decompiled the main SWF for the site, and it seems that this place was where they stored all the files. Nothing from this URL relating to Mario has been saved in the Wayback Machine. Such an interesting and really obscure piece of lost media that no one has really talked about ever. It seems that these games have become completely lost and forgotten. No evidence suggests that this particular promotion occurred anywhere outside the US. Putting this in the video just to put some more eyes onto it. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in this. Hand of Odd. Oddworld is a video game series and fictional universe, created by developers of Oddworld Inhabitants under the direction of Lorne Lanning. I'm sure you're all familiar with at least one of their games, probably Oddworld Apes Odyssey, which is their most popular. Used to play this as a kid all the time and was absolutely terrified of it. Apparently as a kid, in kindergarten when we did painting time, I used to paint Abe exploding on mines. Not really sure what was wrong with me, but I guess I thought that was a good idea. But anyways, Hand of Odd was a strategy action adventure game being developed at Oddworld Inhabitants during the early 2000s. At the same time the game's Munch's Odyssey was being developed. Munch's Odyssey was being developed for the PlayStation 2, and eventually was switched to the Xbox. Upon this, Hand of Odd was put on hold, and all efforts had been moved onto Munch's Odyssey. Hand of Odd would be mentioned every now and then over the years. Apparently in 2011, it was announced Hand of Odd had resumed development, but it was just never released. All that remains of the game is a few screenshots and gameplay information. Crash Bandicoot and Spyro Adventure World. So this was a promotion with Nabisco done in early 2004 on the website candystand.com, tied in with Crash Bandicoot Purple, Ripto's Rampage, and Spyro Orange, the Cortex Conspiracy on the Game Boy Advance. In special packages of Nabisco products, Crash Bandicoot or Spyro themed cards would be included. These cards would include codes that would unlock new minigames to play on the website. This Crash Bandicoot and Spyro Adventure World promotion ended up finishing a year later in April of 2005. The cards found could no longer be redeemed and all the games became unavailable. Funnily enough, not only are all the games lost and inaccessible, but a lot of the card designs are a complete mystery. Only 22 of the 90 plus cards have been recorded online. Max the Cat. This was an animated children's series from 1996, based on the book series of the same name. The series revolves around a cat who goes by Max, a cat with no tail that travels the world in hopes of one day finding his tail. 2 seasons of this show had been aired, with 52 episodes in total, having both an English and French version. For a very long time, there had been no footage of this show online. That was until 2015 when a user on YouTube uploaded the show's intro and credits. That same year, 2 whole episodes of the French version of the show was uploaded onto Dailymotion. In 2019, a user had filmed their TV showcasing a whole Max the Cat episode, however is a pretty low quality recording. Then in 2022, the user who had uploaded the show's intros and credits back in 2015 uploaded a full English episode onto their channel, as well as a compilation of incomplete episodes. Apart from all this though, everything else from Max the Cat has disappeared, and all the other episodes are completely lost. Professor Layton Mobile R. This was a re-release of Professor Layton Mobile, released back in 2012. This app had multiple different games to play, as well as including music, exclusive art, and other exclusive content. This was only available for Docomo's FOMA 903i series/703i series phones. I'm not familiar with those phones, so I probably just butchered all of that, as well as some other later models. On October 28, 2014, the service was discontinued. No games have been archived, and only just a few screenshots and some gameplay has been saved. Littlest Pet Shop Online. Here is another case of lost media suggested to me through Instagram. Hello, I wanted to share probably lost games with you. One of them is called Littlest Pet Shop Online. I used to play that game when I was little, and the game is the reason I learned English because it didn't allow any other languages in the chat. It even had toys you could buy, but later the game was closed and I don't remember when, and I was so sad. Littlest Pet Shop Online was an online multiplayer game developed by EA in collaboration with Freema Studios and Hasbro. You customize your own pet, play a variety of games, and talk with friends. The game was active for 2 years, released in 2009 and being shut down in 2011. The game is now unplayable. Tuned In. Tuned In is a lost game show pilot that was filmed at Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida in 1998. Only a few seconds of this lost pilot can be found within a compilation video that had been made by former crew members of Nickelodeon Studios for its 10-year anniversary in the year 2000. This small glimpse of the pilot showcases an unnamed cartoon character. Interestingly, Nickelodeon in 2021 released a game show known as Tuned In. However, it is unknown if anything from the original pilot was used in the new series. Voodoo Magic. Voodoo Magic was an online strategy multiplayer game where 4 players would go up against each other in a battle with tactics and black magic. This game was played on a website known as We Play Here, starting back in 2004. Eventually, in 2007, Atari had purchased the website and eventually shut it down. There really isn't a lot of media showcasing the game. In fact, there are no screenshots or video footage showcasing any type of gameplay. There is only the game's cover, promotional art, and some screenshots showing the game's launch screen and We Play Here website. The game is completely lost. Nickelodeon Game Builder. On Nickelodeon's website, there was a flash game that existed known as Nickelodeon Game Builder. In this flash game, users were able to make their own levels using different assets based on several Nickelodeon properties. Nickelodeon Game Builder was available for several years, first beginning in 2009 and eventually shutting down in August of 2013, and having all of the games removed. You can still find all the created games buried within the Nick.com website, however, attempting to play any of them only leads to an error message. Bear in Underwear. On June 26, 2015, Amazon Prime Video premiered a 12-minute failed pilot known as Bear in Underwear. This pilot episode was available on their service up until September 25th, 2015. Most of the episode has become lost. The only footage that exists of this 12-minute pilot is 3 short scenes that are available to watch on Amazon's YouTube homepage. Math Jam. Math Jam is an educational game which was released in 1985 for the Apple II computer. This was the first ever game published and developed by Naughty Dog, a company that would go on to later create many iconic franchises such as Crash Bandicoot, The Last of Us, and more. Though at the time when they made this game, they were known as Jam Software. In this game, the player would focus on solving math problems in more of a fun and engaging way. It featured a funky character wearing sunglasses named Jammer, who gives different reactions based on what answers would be given. Currently, there is no way to play Naughty Dog's first ever game, and not even footage exists online. The only thing that's available is the cover art. SpongeBob SquarePants Happiness Squared. SpongeBob SquarePants Happiness Squared was a SpongeBob game that was developed in the late 2000s by Heavy Iron Studios. It's pretty much just an early version of the video game SpongeBob SquarePants Truth or Square. This early version was not known about until game developer Rob Roto uploaded a short teaser/trailer onto his YouTube that he created for the game, which differs in many aspects compared to the final game. No early beta builds of the game have been leaked onto the internet. LEGO Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars Beta. This was an MMO game released by LucasArts, made in 2011 to promote the LEGO Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars game. In this game, users could travel to different planets and explore within a 2D space with other players, doing numerous mini-games and whatnot. This was eventually shut down in April of 2013, after being purchased by Disney. There are many gameplay videos online showcasing the game, however, it cannot be played today. This Just In. This Just In was an animated adult sitcom from 2004 that was broadcasted on Spike TV. The show revolved around a character named Brian Newport, a journalist who drinks in a bar with his friends and gets into other crazy antics discussing politics. 6 20-minute episodes of this show had been made, and so far, 3 have been found which were uploaded to YouTube in 2013 by a user who goes by Bob Kiwi. The remaining other 3 still remain lost. Galaxy Boy Troop. Galaxy Boy Troop was a Japanese TV series created by animator Osamu Tezuka. This show was pretty interesting, as it would use a combination of animated scenes and puppets. The show aired on NHK from April 7th, 1963 up until April 1st, 1965. This series was about a boy named Rob, who travels around the galaxy attempting to find a material that can restart Earth's dying sun. 92 episodes of this show were made, and so far only 1 episode has resurfaced. The episode was found in France and had French subtitles. It's suspected to be the 67th episode. There's also a storyboard of episode 28 and animation sequences from episode 87. The show even had a bit of merchandise made for it. There exists a very rare audiobook and coloring book. The Simpsons Game 2. The Simpsons game is one of the best games ever made. Such a cool game. This was a 2007 platformer developed by EA Redwood Shores and released by Electronic Arts. There was apparently at one point a sequel for this game being developed. Not much is known about this sequel, and the only evidence that proves its existence comes from a past employee of EA's LinkedIn page, with Simpsons 2 prototype being listed on the page. It was also stated that this game was scrapped in favor of other projects, which is very sad news. I would genuinely love to play a new Simpsons game, or hit and run game. One of those 2 things would be the best ever. No screenshots, footage, or any builds of the Simpsons 2 prototype have ever been leaked online. EVR Race. So EVR Race was one of Nintendo's first true video games, released back in 1975. It was a race betting game which used electronic video recording tape. There were 2 tapes for this game. There was one with car racing and one with horse racing. Players would need to bet on what racer was going to win, and if the player bet correctly, they would win the game. There was not a lot of interactivity, since the videotapes were pre-recorded. The game is extremely rare. Good luck finding a cabinet of this anywhere. Nintendo themselves don't even have one.
Yeah, that should be enough for me to get this dual wield rune. I can use this to like hardcore parts. I've got all the buffs on my main shaman tank here. They're all booned. Yeah, we got Dark Moon, Fair, and Boon, and it's not gonna take that long to where we and then we got drums as well. And we already got 2 gold, so like once this 10 gold comes in, like I'll probably come back in once I can buy all my raid consumes, and we'll parse the hell out of that shit. I'll just have to be making them like wait like an extra minute, because I'm gonna be swapping between shield mastery and dual wield on bosses. The same with like lava lash on bosses and molten blast on mobs, shield mastery on mobs type of deal. Unless I can get like 2 pieces of gear that have that or something, I don't know. Oh shit, wait, we got mail right here. What the hell? Give me that. Alright, we got all the runes on the main shaman tank.
Hurry back.
Hell yeah. Alright, we're good to go actually. Never mind, we're not taking a break. Pop that on there just to take a look at things. So this 10% hit it gives me. Hell yeah, brother. And then I get like the 3 set. Oh boy, are we cooking? Or are we not cooking? God damn. Oh. Alright, let's go buy some shit. Do I use the hearth? I mean, I'm not like making anyone wait right now, so I could probably definitely find a group easy peasy.
Hurry back.
A few tape reels for the game, however, seem to be floating around and exist. Back in 2016 though, a cabinet had become available for purchase on Yahoo Auctions. It's not available anymore, and the cabinet that was being sold had its entire control table missing and wasn't able to turn on. So even when this rare cabinet shows up, it's pretty messed up. Rugrats: A Live Adventure. From 1998 to sometime in the year 2000, a musical based on the Nickelodeon series Rugrats had been touring around many locations. This musical was known as Rugrats: A Live Adventure. This musical was pretty popular. However, despite this, there is very little footage of the musical that exists today. Not a single professional recording has survived or been released anywhere. There was a professionally shot version of the musical in Spanish aired in Mexico on the Televisa network in 1999. This, however, hasn't resurfaced. The only English recordings of this musical are 2 YouTube recordings from Nick Rewind, showing very brief random clips. And yeah, every single performance is lost. Look at all that red. Toy Story early test footage. Back in 1992, Pixar, along with a company called High Tech Toons, had made early test scenes of the movie Toy Story. These test scenes are really interesting to watch. Both Buzz and Woody look extremely different to what they would eventually become. Early test footage also shows Buzz being voiced by Billy Crystal, not Tim Allen. Billy Crystal was Pixar's first choice for the role. It's theorized that more early test footage of Toy Story exists, however hasn't seen the light of day. Devin Hendrix, JPEG Mafia, Anne Hathaway. JPEG Mafia is an American rapper, singer, and producer many of you watching might be aware of. I've been listening to him quite a bit lately. Bro, the Ghost Pop tape has been on repeat for like the last 2 months. So, I've decided to talk about some JPEG Mafia, Devin Hendrix lost media. In early 2010, he had been releasing music onto the internet under the name Devin Hendrix. A lot of music that was released under the Devin Hendrix name is still available to listen to today. However, many songs have unfortunately been lost to time and have completely disappeared upon being removed and not archived. One of these songs which have been lost to time is a lost song known as Anne Hathaway. It's a song which a lot of fans have been wanting to find and is apparently Peggy's earliest known track. However, it has just completely vanished and was eventually deleted sometime between March 1st and October 18th, 2011. The song was apparently 2 minutes and 29 seconds long and samples none of them by Robin. The earliest archive page of his YouTube channel during this time reveals that the song was also available on his YouTube page at one point. Interestingly as well, the oldest known tweets related to JPEG Mafia are a bunch of bot pages promoting the Anne Hathaway track. It's a song that JPEG Mafia fans have been really wanting to find. It's the Devin Hendrix Grail. But due to how small of a following Peggy had during this time, and the song being available for only a short time, there's a very good chance this song will never see the light of day. Orion. The Short Shorts Festival in Asia back in 2010 revealed that a 150-second adaptation of the manga Orion would be shown at the festival that year. Since this festival, however, the short hasn't been released anywhere. No footage of it can be found. The only thing that exists is just some promotional images. That's gross. On Reddit, a user made a post about a show they remember watching called That's Gross. This user cannot find the show anywhere, and can't find any evidence that it had ever even existed. When I was younger, sometime around 2011, I remember watching an on-demand live-action educational children's TV show called That's Gross. I've tried to search for it for around 3 years now, because it's so vividly burned into my brain, but I can't find it anywhere. Each episode was somewhere between 2 to 5 minutes long, from what I remember, and each episode was hosted by a guy who looked a lot like Seymour from the film Little Shop of Horrors, wearing the glasses and his hair all neatly combed to the side. Each episode would open with a theme song that was a montage of teenagers being grossed out by various things and going ew, while an original funk song played in the background with the tagline, "It's time to get gross." Then it would cut to the main show, where the host would greet himself and then tell a little story about something gross such as trash, bodily fluids, mold, skin, or other biological things in a gross manner. After speaking about said thing, he would then perform some science experiment or inform the audience about the topic. At the end of each 2 to 5 minute episode, the host would bring his sister on and gross his sister out with the knowledge he learned about the gross thing that was spoken about. While I'm not sure if this is very important, the producers of the show also created another show with a similar concept in the same format. But instead of gross things, it was a middle-aged Caucasian man wearing a magician hat and cape. He looked a lot like Michael Carbonaro and educated the audience about easy, safe magic tricks that children could do, such as the wobbly pencil trick or the hot coin trick. All of this is so vividly burned into my brain, and I just want to know if anyone else remembers any of this. A user commented, "What research have you done? Is there any proof that this show exists?" In which OP would reply, "I wish I had proof, but I was so young at the time that I don't have anything of it. It was on demand on Cox Cable sometime in 2011, if that means anything. I know this will probably never be found because people don't seem to believe me, but it's out there somewhere, I know it." Another commenter stated that the show is probably oh yuck, in which Obi said, no, this show is not the one. Does anyone watching this know anything about this show? It's crazy that it has just disappeared. Bananas in Pajamas, Self-Serve and Odd Socks. Bananas in Pajamas. This is an Australian children's show I grew up with and remember watching. Is this a show that just Australians remember watching, or did other people grow up watching this too? Bananas in Pajamas ran from July 1992 up until December 2001 on the ABC television network. The entire series has been readily available online since 2021. However, interestingly, 2 episodes have become lost, not surfacing anywhere online. These lost episodes are episode 162 Self-Serve and episode 198 Odd Socks. Both of these episodes aired during the 4th season of the show in 1996. It's currently unknown how many times these episodes had re-aired on television. It's only known that episode Odd Socks re-aired at least once in 2005 on ABC TV, as seen by an old TV guide. Currently, these episodes remain lost and missing. Only 2 photos exist from each episode, which indicates someone had these episodes at some point. Scoob and Doozy. Scoob and Doozy was a children's puppet series which aired on CBC from 1999 all the way to 2003. This show revolved around an orange toy bulldozer named Doozy and a yellow toy excavator named Scoop. It made use of puppetry and live videos to teach children about machinery and construction. 65 episodes of this show had been created. Only just a handful of episodes have resurfaced. Most of these found episodes come from 2 VHS tapes and a DVD which featured episodes of the show. The majority of this series remains lost. Bobby Says. This was a live-action clip series which had been hosted by Bobby J. Thompson. This was broadcasted on Cartoon Network and ran for around a month, from August 19th, 2009 to September 23rd. This series would show Bobby going around the streets of California giving advice and commentating. It was not a well-received show at all. It ended quickly after many negative reviews and low viewership levels. In fact, this series was one of Cartoon Network's shortest-lived live-action series, running for only 6 episodes. Currently, only 1 episode has been found, this episode being the Tony Hawk's Warehouse episode. None of the other episodes have since resurfaced. Only just clips, screenshots, and a few promos of these lost episodes are available. Kid Kirby. Kid Kirby is a cancelled Kirby game that was meant to be developed by DMA Design. This game would have featured a baby Kirby, and gameplay would have been sort of similar to Angry Birds, where players would drag and launch Kirby around the levels using the Super Nintendo mouse. No plot for the game was developed, and was cancelled due to many years of barren progress on development. It was also likely cancelled due to low sales on the Super Nintendo mouse, the controller that this game would use. A developer who worked on Kid Kirby released sprites for the game online. It was stated that a demo was produced, however has vanished. These sprites and a couple concept art are the only remaining media of the game online. No demo of the game has been released or leaked. Me Too Universe. Me Too Universe was an online multiplayer game from 2008. This game had relied on Irwin Toys' Me Too portable gaming device to function. This game was trying to encourage physical activity by converting real-world steps to points within the game. In the Me Too Universe virtual world, players could explore various islands, clearing challenges in order to advance to each new island. While exploring, players were able to adopt virtual pets, open stores to sell widgets, and interact with other real online players. Me Too Universe had been shut down sometime after January 31st, 2010, and of course hasn't been playable since. The Twins. This was an animated series based on a book of the same name. This series aired on YTV in Canada and CITV in the UK for around a year, lasting 26 episodes. The show is about twin sisters Lil and Nelly, who are both very different from each other. Their personalities often clash, getting them into some trouble. They eventually, though, end up working things out. So far, only a handful of episodes have been found, while most of it remains lost. Cabbage. Cabbage was a game that was first announced in 1997, being developed by Shigesato Itoi, Zunkazu Ishihara, and Shigeru Miyamoto. In this game, players would raise a creature known as Cabbage. According to Miyamoto, the game had been in development for over 5 years. It was an interesting game. It was set to release for the Nintendo 64 disk drive, and would have made use of its internal real-time clock, so players could keep their Cabbage creature and its world running even with the console turned off. Apparently, this was also a project that they were working on without supervision of Nintendo's president. Finally, a few years later in 2000, updates on Cabbage were finally put out. Miyamoto stated that he was looking forward to getting a move on with this game, and it was planned to be playable at that year's Space World 2000. However, no screenshots, footage, or demos were ever revealed, due to other projects that were taking over space and time. News for Cabbage slowly over the years died down, and eventually in 2006, Miyamoto stated that Cabbage was pretty much a cancelled game, but revealed a lot of its concepts were transferred to other games like Nintendogs and Animal Crossing. No footage or images from this game have ever seen the light of day. Do You Trust Me? Do You Trust Me is an unreleased game which was commissioned by CBS in 2007 and hosted by Tucker Carlson. So pretty much in this game show, two contestants team up and test each other's trusting ability in order to win $1 million. They work together to build up cash, and gameplay would be influenced by the amount of trust they have for one another. The show didn't end up releasing, and no episodes have resurfaced. The only footage which has managed to make its way online was from a demo reel uploaded to YouTube in 2017. Line Go-Go Twinbee. This was a free-to-play mobile game from 2013, developed by Dracol Studios and published by Konami. It was an infinite vertical scrolling shooter game in which the player would control Twinbee, a robot aircraft that shoots automatically. It was a high score based game, and users would compete with weekly high score ratings. The game was eventually discontinued in 2014. Attempting to play the game after its discontinuation would leave you with just a stuck menu screen showing an error message. Champola Alone with Champola commercial. Champola is a Filipino snack well known for its flavored wafer sticks. People from the Philippines have been trying to find a commercial that aired back in the 90s advertising this product, which aired on local channels like ABC5, RPN9, and GMA7. According to the Lost Media Wiki, this is the premise of the commercial. The commercial starts with a kid eating champola while watching a horror movie. A bust sculpture was seen in his back, and the sculpture stared and saw champola. Each wafer stick is going outside of the box, and the sculpture was seen eating it with the voiceover saying, "So deliciously crispy." Someone then went into the kid's house, with the kid being scared, and he took a baseball hat and he hides. The kid screamed and pointed a weapon at someone that went into the kid's house. It turns out it's his friends, and they laughed at him. They happily ate champola, and the bust sculpture laughed in an evil manner. The kid and his friends got scared and ran. The slogan and product appeared with the sculpture in the background, with the voiceover saying, "Champola wafer sticks, one stick is not enough," followed by a sound effect of the sculpture's evil laugh. The said commercial was animated, especially the eyes and the mouth. It is said to have a creepy male voiceover and ominous background music. This commercial sounds so chaotic and just crazy. I don't even know what was happening half the time in that premise. To this day, the commercial hasn't resurfaced anywhere within the internet and is now considered lost. Not seen the light of day since the 90s. Kung Fu Panda World. Kung Fu Panda World was an MMORPG developed by DreamWorks, released in 2010.
Still recharging. I'm out of range. I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I need to get closer. I'm out of range. I'm going to cast it. still recharging. The spell isn't ready yet.
Attack totem. Attack totem. Attack totem.
It's not ready yet. The spell isn't ready yet. I won't cast it. Charging.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who dares disturb my meditation?
Breath incoming.
Tank Shush just never fucking drops. God damn it. But I mean, at least we now have the to make us pump really hard. Alright, call it a stream here. We did the raid with the rune. And some pop up. Maybe it would work better on my old, but goddamn it, and I got a gold farm for that character too. All that shit.